of Children's Authors Unite Summer Book Fair, kickoff to Summer Reading Book Fair. And this is brought to you by the Sparkle Feathers Foundation. The Sparkle Feathers Foundation's mission is to raise money to put books in the hands of those children who might not otherwise have their very own books to read. And it's brand new. We're just a brand new foundation setting up our method for collecting money and getting donations along with grants. If you know any grants for children's literacy, please let me know. And now I'm going to bring out some members of Children's Authors Unite so we could talk about our group and our mission as children's authors. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Francie.
Oh my God.
Jody.
Well, happy Flag Day, everybody. Happy Flag Day.
Happy Flag Day. Yeah, I won't be able to keep these on very long because they're not prescription, but I love them. Aren't they fabulous?
They are
fabulous.
Wolfie approves.
Thank you, Wolfie.
So does Sparkle Feathers. Approves.
Okay, wait. Everybody has one.
Okay, so I would like each of you to go around and just tell the audience why you became a children's author and what your mission is with your books, your products, your platform. So let's start with Helen.
Hi, my name is Helen Rogerson, and when I was a little girl, I remember there being some advertisements on TV for books where you put yourself or your child in the book. And I just thought it was a really cool idea. So I started to take books that I had and practice copying the pictures and putting myself as a character in the book. And right around that time, I was probably around 4 or 5, my dad had come home with a little plush guy that kind of looked like this. And he gave him to me because I was a sickly little kid. And my brother goes, "Hey, he's got a lint ball on him." And I was like, "Okay, does that mean he's dirty?" And they were like, no, it's a magic lint ball, and he takes you on adventures, and also he knows where his friends are when they need some help. So I kind of went with that, and we spent a lot of rainy days and days where I couldn't go outside, just coming up with these stories and thinking about that as I was getting close to retiring from teaching. I said, I would love to recreate that so that other kids have that feeling. I mean, screen time has its place, but I wanted kids to be able to do dramatic play. I taught for 27 plus years. And one of the things I wanted to do was have him come back to life. And when the plush came in a proof copy, I was like, oh my God, it's my childhood all over again. And we created the first book. And then we went on to other ones. And one of the things I wanted to do was help specific causes close to my heart and my husband's. And that would be animal rescues, children with autism and other disabilities, and basically local schools that were underfunded. So I found platforms and people that helped me along the way. And all these people you see here today are part of that group, and just pushed me forward. And met so many nice people that said, you know what, how do you do that? And let's try this. And we helped each other along the way. And I was able to raise funds for an animal rescue or two, and also autism service dog organization where they gift the dog to the family. Because I had seen so many different things in my career, and just to see kids walking away from vendor tables, holding the plush and going and talking to him and making him come to life, I was like, oh my God, so heartwarming. And just to hear feedback from parents saying, this book taught them about these animals or this process and dinosaur world and stuff like that. It just meant the world to me that I know that it does make an impact. And one of my first students that She was 4 years old doing a dig day in the classroom. She actually came back to New York. She's on service with the military. She became a forensic scientist. And she says, it all started with Dig Week with you. And so I'm going to gift her a special woofie that's just for her.
Awesome. And stay tuned because after Rosemary and Jody tell us about themselves, Helen's coming back and she's going to do a dig right here on the screen. So if you have a dinosaur fan, bring them out so they can see Helen live showing us all about dinosaurs. Oh, Helen and Woofie.
Woofie wanted to know if that was going to be Dusty, but we took care of that.
Okay, Jody, your turn. Soldier Mom.
Hey, everybody. And my Woofie, well, Whiskey's over here snoring. I apologize for that. Apparently, we put him to sleep, which is a good thing. But so for those of you who don't know me, I am a veteran. I have 2 kids of my own, so I'm a military mom. But I'm also an educator because most of my military time, I was a reserve officer, which meant I had a civilian job during the week, and on weekends or training deployments, I would be in uniform. So I do have that background. And what brought me to become an author simply was the experiences that my own children had when I deployed for the first time with them. Now, I had deployed before I had kids, but once my kids were 3 and 9, not actually, my baby was not quite 3 when I deployed for the first time with them. We lived in an area because we were not active duty. We lived in an area that did not have a lot of military presence. So when I deployed, my kids didn't have other families to see what they were going through and what we could do, and how they could do things as a family or community to support them. Now, with that said, the community still rallied and did the best that they could. They just didn't have anybody to look at and see, oh, they're going through the same thing. I know I can get through this. So my first book, Soldier Mom, is all about that, what a soldier mom looks like, right? So a soldier mom is loud, is thoughtful, is quiet, is a deployment mom, is a coming home mom, those kinds of things. And they resonate with the littles in particular. And then I met this really great publisher who inspired me to write many more, Ken Roshan, many more books related to that. And I wrote about Memorial Day and Veterans Day, and I wrote about heroes. And those 3 things are tough topics, right? The 2 holidays, Veterans Day and Memorial Day, are just topics that are difficult to talk about, especially when you're talking to kids. How does that conversation go? What does that look like when you're talking to, your kiddos about sacrifice? What does that look like? These big words and big concepts. And I wrote it in a way that it can spark those conversations with parents, grandparents, aunties, whoever is doing the reading with the child, or just the child reading it on their own. So those kind of things. And then I was also inspired to write about Army values and how they relate to us non-military people and kiddos. And in the Army, they have an acronym that spells leadership, LDRFHIP. So it's a little shortened. We love acronyms in the Army. You know how it is. And each letter stands for a value. You have loyalty, duty, respect. That's your LDR. S as selfless service. H is honor, which is what I'm going to be talking about today, and integrity and personal courage. And each one of those in my leadership series for kids is its own book with its own character that talks about what that looks like in a kiddo level, but discusses it in a way that makes sense to them. They see images of things that they might be involved with and how that looks in an everyday life. So that's kind of what has evolved. And I'm so proud to be a part of raising the next generation with great character and values. And this team in particular has been very supportive. So I'm so happy to be here and talk with all these beautiful ladies and the authors to come. I can't wait for the other authors to come. I can't wait to see the dig and the excavation. And later on, I'll be doing what we call in the industry a make and take. For those who are teachers, we are expert craft makers. And I have something that you could put out and your kids can do on their own or with your help, however you want to do that. And I can't wait to see what everybody's bringing to the table today. So,
and please, if you want the PDFs to do this make and take, fill out the form at children'sauthorsUnite.com and you will receive an email with the PDFs. And we also put together a little activity booklet of all our characters. There's word searches and coloring sheets and all kinds of fun stuff for the kids. So get your copy now so the next rainy day you have something so you don't have to listen to, I'm bored.
there's nothing to do.
Right?
And just like Helen said, screen time is good, but you also need to give them some creative time. And that would be a perfect opportunity to use those.
And now, our entertainer, our professional clown, our kindest person ever, Rosemary.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies. I am a children's author. I wrote Babs and Friends, and it started out as a poem that I wrote, and then I turned it into a book. I am a professional clown, and I love entertaining, especially children and older people. They are just the greatest. You learn so much from both. The children are so honest, and so are people when they get older. I know my husband's 88, and some days I say, you don't have to really tell the truth to me all the time. So I wrote Babs and Friends, and then I decided to write an activity book because I taught at 4 preschools. Friends of mine have 4 preschools, and I was the Bible study teacher. So I got to teach the children life skills, how to be kind to one another, how to talk to one another where you don't hurt someone's feelings. And I taught them how to pray. And it really touched my heart. So I wrote this activity book that also helps the children to have an imagination. It's got a lot of tracing, things that they have to learn in school. But in the back of the book, I also have where I start a little story and they have to finish it, to use their imagination to become their own little writer. And it's wonderful because then I ask them to send it to me so I can post it on my website. And I think that everyone, all of us, have a story inside. And as Jody, Helen, and Francine said, the children their imaginations are amazing. And we can learn so much for them, but then teaching them other things is so wonderful. And each of us has something different that we teach the children, which is so important. Reading is amazing. I have, my grandparents read to me from the time I was 2, and I just love to read. I love books. That's why I did these books. My little characters are, the girl characters all have fancy eyelashes, and the boy characters look real, strong and muscular. But I want to say about the group, it is the best group that I have ever been in. I cannot even tell you the support that has been given, and I'll probably cry. But with all of these ladies and men that are in this group, it is a warmth of helping one another. It's just a community of a family that we want to see each other succeed. We want to help each other to get better and to encourage. Some of us say, that's it, I'm giving up, I'm not doing this. And everyone is like your rah-rah team. You have a whole team of, cheerleaders cheering you on to help you. So I think it's beautiful. I have gained so many wonderful friends that I call family. And writing is just, I love it. I love writing children's stories. Most of my little stories I'm trying to put a book together of little short stories of just teaching kindness, friendship, differences, and just being unique, be who you are, but accept other people who look different, live different, talk different. And that's my whole goal in life, is just the kindness and acceptance of all of us, no matter who we are, what we sound like or look like. And that's my thing. And again, I love you ladies from my heart. Thank you, Francine. Thank you
I
for
love,
starting this, Francine.
thank you. I love everybody in this group. And I'm so grateful to each and every member of Children's Authors Unite, because we each bring something unique to the table to help further our mission of literacy, confidence for kids, and raising the next generation to be strong, confident readers, because readers are leaders.
Mhm.
And now, for what we've all been waiting for, I can't wait to see. Well, I saw a little bit of her practice, but Helen is going to share her screen, and then the three of us are going to go backstage, and Helen is going to show a dinosaur dig. You ready to share, Helen?
Yep.
Woo!
Wolfie's like looking for the adventure.
I like it. I like it.
And here's Sparkle Feathers.
They're also all right. I'm
All
gonna
right, Helen, it's all yours.
Okay. So let's see. We're gonna take it.
Okay, and we're ready. Going backstage, ladies.
I'm actually gonna have to go to the first page. That would be a good place to start. I realized I didn't rewind the tape like they said in the old days. So, have you ever wanted to dig up a fossil? Well, my name is Helen Rogeson, and as a teacher for 27 plus years, I wanted students to have that opportunity to get out of their the routines of daily life, to experience things outside of their immediate household and family and friends and experiences at school. And I wanted to bring something in that was new. So one of the things that I ended up doing, basically as a response to a challenge from a friend who did this as something with the Boy Scouts, they said, if you write a grant, we'll go dinosaur digging. And I said, okay. I don't know very much about dinosaurs other than what I've seen on the Flintstones, joking around. And they said, you do the research and we'll go. And I did the research, wrote the grant, got funded, and I got to go out west to do an actual fossil dig. And there I am out there, really hot. A lot of lessons to be learned out there. In top corner here, you'll see a bone that I actually was able to excavate. So without further ado, Wolfie and I are going to talk a little bit about what's a fossil, because often it gets confused or there's some misunderstanding. So a fossil is what is left over or what remains after a plant or animal dies in very specific conditions. I would tell my students, I taught everything from pre-K all the way up to graduate school, except for third through high school. And they would think that if they go out in the schoolyard at lunchtime, is that a fossil, after we read a few books? And I said, no, no, no. It has to be specific conditions. It has to be muddy, sandy land, and after thousands or millions of years where the animal or the plant fell or landed, you might see evidence of bones, horns, skin impressions, teeth, claws, and then the tail drags, footprints, feather prints, and more would be what they call trace fossils. And people that dig these up and study them are called paleontologists. Some people, I'm sure, already knew that. So I divided it up into a little chart. So when you think of any bone part of an animal, it's going to be considered a body fossil because obviously it came off their body. Velociraptor claws, T-Rex teeth, all those things. Even shells. I didn't include that here, but shells are also part of that. A trace fossil is something that gives you a hint of what was left behind, but nothing happened to it physically off of the body of the animal. So that includes footprints. Like think about when you walk in the snow or in the mud, you leave footprints. So if it was a muddy area and nothing touched that and it got filled in over thousands and millions of years, you might actually find that years later, or well, somebody would find that and say, look, a person walked here, you know? One of the things that I learned along the way is a nest could be, or a burrow where an animal digs underground can become a fossil. And you can see like the structure of what the nest looked like. Let's take a look. All right, so here's my book that I came up with. Wolfie is the star, and Wolfie has many different adventures, and he has a little lint ball on his nose that twitches that lets him know his friends need him. So this is actually the second book in the series, and it's going to be available in multiple platforms and things. But I illustrated it and I wrote it based on how I thought kids might want to learn about going dinosaur digging. And here's my my attempt at excavation indoors, which I would do with the kids every year when we did our dinosaur unit. And without further ado, we're going to take a look at how that looks, sounds, and what you need. Hi, everybody. So here I am with my hard matrix dig site, and I want to get prepped and ready before I go out and bring home some kind of fossil. Something's buried in here and we need to find out what it is. So the first thing is safety. We have to make sure we put on our safety goggles, and these will wrap around completely and make sure that nothing that breaks off, no little chips or rocks will get into my eye. So I put that on first. And then the next thing I'm going to do is pick up something called a mallet. It looks like a hammer, but this one is all wood and it's flat on both sides. So it's a little bit different than a hammer. And the other tool that goes along with it is the chisel. So it's flat on one side and it's a little pointy on the other end. So we're going to be using these to whack at, but basically we want to use them in a good way and not damage anything that's inside of this hard matrix. And last we have, it looks familiar, it's a paintbrush, but we can use any kind of soft bristle brush or even a hard brush, and we're going to brush away any of the sand that kicks up when we're digging. And we want to go very strategically, and that means we want to plan out how we're going to do this so that we find a fossil and not break a fossil. So there are a bunch of things hidden in here, and we want to get started. So first things first, you're never going to hold your chisel up this way, straight up and down, otherwise known as vertical. You're going to hold it at an angle. Why? Because when you hit it with the mallet, you're going to have more force to hit it. Otherwise, you're just going to drive it in like you're trying to force a nail into a piece of wood, and it's not actually going to break away the rock that you want. So always remember to angle it. If you do this on your own, if you get a chance to go dinosaur digging or fossil hunting. So it takes a bunch of tries, but if you notice, I'm going to start to make some headway, chipping away at it, and it's going to take a while. You're going to see little by little chips coming out of it. Oh, I see some dust. I want to brush that away because sometimes there'll be a clue hiding here. It might be the tip of a bone or a tooth, some kind of fossil. So we want to just keep going with that. And I'm going to record it in different segments so that you can see the progress of it and see what happens as you go deeper and deeper. So I could hold it this way. One thing I can do with this dig site that I couldn't do really on an actual one out in the field is I can turn this dig site around and I can just try to approach it from the angle. I broke off a piece. And as I break off pieces, I look to see if that's something. I see something that's a different color than the rest of it. See that little white piece? So I'm going to go very careful around that, not try to hit it, try to go away from it, and see if that's the start of something. And when I would do this in my classroom with kindergarten, first grade, second grade, a lot of times the dust would be flying. We all had our goggles on though, but people outside in the hallway would see the dust coming out in the hallway, wafting like a dust storm, and they would say, "What's going on in there? It looks like smoke." And then they would open the door and go, "Oh, it's just Miss Rogerson doing dig week again." So what we thought was something was just a rock. It's nothing in there that we could tell. We're just going to check it. So we're just going to keep on going until we actually find something that resembles the fossil that we want to find. So sometimes a rock looks like a fossil and a fossil looks like a rock. So you learn to train your eye to see a different color, something that's different about the rock. It's going to point to something that could be a fossil. You go very slowly. It's not a rush. And notice I'm not going straight up and down. Wearing the goggles, making sure I don't get anything in my eyes. And when you start doing this, you got to be very careful because sometimes you might hit yourself. Even now, you do miss because you get excited about what you're doing. And I'm starting to see something of another color, but it's in a bigger amount than what I saw before. So I want to go very carefully around this. So I may approach it from another angle and go away from it. And there's a lot of dust flying, I don't know if you can see, but it's definitely starting to break apart and show that there's something there. So we want to go away from it just enough that we don't hit it, but at the same time we want to break the rock surrounding what could be a fossil. And sometimes people will use a special tool, and it's something that you might have seen when you go to the dentist's office. And it's called a dental pick, and that's real good because it has a tiny little hook on each end. And dental picks can be used to get in closer and get fine detail. Oh, I'm starting to see something right here. So usually our reaction is we feel like we want to get it out real quick, so we want to try to pull that. But when you pull that, you could break it. So you're going to go real slow. Slow and steady gets the fossil. And you go slow, 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 slow. You'll be able to get out all the pieces. And this may take days. This may take hours. This may take weeks. If it's a large actual fossil that's in the ground and it's been buried for thousands or maybe millions of years. So usually you go with a team and you have to map out where you are, where you found it, take a lot of pictures. There are places that kids can go, and you can Google that and find out where your parents can take you in your state and do some real fossil hunting. And I'm curious what that is, so we're going to keep working at it. But I'm glad you were able to see some of the strategies that you use and the tools that you use when you're fossil hunting. And I hope you enjoy Wolfie and the Dinosaur Dig Adventure. Let's keep going until we find something. All right, so now that we've done that, this is what we ended up finding. And it was the first bone that appeared was right over here, the humerus of this animal. And it was probably an Albertosaurus. And so this was actually a model of one. But when you're out in the field, you usually don't find them all nice and neat in one area. Sometimes it'll be missing the tail or the skull. But it was a great way to learn about how to piece it together after you found what you found. And that's what I would do with my students. So without further ado, we're going to do a little reel about the book so you get a sense of what Wolfie and Dinosaur Dig Adventure is about. You can visit www.unpackyourownhappy.com and get the box set, which has book 1, book 2, and book 3 so far in the Woofy series, which will continue to grow. You can scan the QR code, take a picture of the screen, and get to see all the plush and books that are available there. And thanks for letting me share, Fran, and the entire group here.
And you can also find Helen on children'sauthorsunite.com. If you go to our website, scroll on down, you can see all the authors that will be here this weekend. And now I want to bring everyone out to welcome our special guest. Does anyone know who our special guest is? It's none other than Betsy McCabe. Yay! Anna's one of the children's authors in our group. Anna, will you please introduce our special guest? And then the rest of us are going to go backstage.
Amazing. I sure will. So first I want to tell Helen, Betsy was like, oh my God, look what they found in that rock. She loved it. Then you did the little pitch about the book set and she's like, can we get one?
Oh, thank you so much.
She loved that. She loved it. We were shocked at what came out of that. I just thought you were going to get like a little bone. It was a whole animal.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So yes, this is Betsy McCabe. Betsy is 6 years old. She's just about to turn 7 in August. When's your birthday?
August 1st.
Very good. August 1st. I will check on that one, Mom. I'll take that as a win. And she's here to help me read our children's book, The Dragon, the Bear, and Me. And the me in this book is actually Betsy. And it was inspired by her and her dad, which I will tell you about in a moment. And we are here at our beautiful boat club, so we come here every weekend. And the reason why I wanted to do it here at the boat club was, I didn't want to miss a boat club day because, their summer is short. But also my second book, The Traveling Teeth, one of the places they travel to in this book is the boat club. So I thought it would be kind of fun to do it here and have our little reading. And maybe I could show everybody the lake and the boat club right after we read, just to show you like where some of the inspiration comes from. Because as we all know, as children's books authors, inspiration comes from anywhere and everywhere, right? We could be singing in the shower. We could be at a boat club. We could be at school. We could be on a dig site. And that's what inspires us to write our children's books. Like, where do the stories come from? Where do the characters come from? And you're inspired by everyday life and everyday occurrences and situations. And that's where children's books come from. So, I wanted to definitely do it here for those reasons. But Miss Betsy is going to help me read our book that is written all about her. And I'm going to tell you all about it.
All right, going backstage.
Okay, bye.
There I am.
So good morning, everybody. It's 11:33 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is my daughter, Betsy. She's going to help me read our beautiful book. It's called The Dragon, the Bear, and Me. We are at our beautiful boat club and we are spending the day here, and we wanted to log on and just say hi to everybody and do a quick reading and tell you all about our books. So The Dragon, the Bear, and Me was inspired. I'm going to show you some of our illustrations as I talk. Was inspired by Betsy's dad, who always calls me the dragon, because he says you come into the room and you just, you come into the room, you throw smoke and fire, you create a tornado, and then you leave the room. And so that's sort of where this story came from. And I feel like every child, no matter who their caregiver is or caregivers are, experience the personality traits of a dragon and a bear. Right? A dragon is firm but tough. They blow smoke. Sometimes they have a temper. And then, there's a bear that's protective and cuddly and warm. And it always feels like in a household, the caregivers tend to be one of those sets of personalities. And so that's where The Dragon, the Bear, and Me was inspired from. And Betsy's going to help me read it right now. It is a rhyming book. This book is great for children ages 0 to 5, 0 to 6, especially pre-K who are learning to read. The rhyming really helps with their development. So Betsy is going to take it away because she wants to read the dedication too. Go ahead.
For my two little loves, Betsy and Leona, Dragon and Bear love you always.
Amazing. So I also want to preface this really quickly with Betsy is 6 years old. She's about to turn 7. She just finished first grade. She's about to finish first grade. She just learned how to read this year. So, and she is the youngest person in her class. So she's doing amazing at her reading. And I'm super proud of her. And we have an amazing school system. So yeah, so Betsy also wants me to tell you that even though she's the youngest in her class, she's the tallest in her class, and that actually is true. So we've been practicing all year, and especially the last couple weeks to get ready to read this book to you. So she's been working really hard. Okay, go ahead.
Say hello to the dragon and the bear. It is with them a home I share.
Very good. Mm-hmm.
Now meet me. My name is Betsy. I swear it's true. I really do. I dwell with a dragon and a bear. These creatures are not always as they seem. They may look ghastly and may look mean. Dragons slithery scales are and fiery jaws are nothing compared to bear razor sharp claws, but have no fear. For I do not, as they both love me a whole lot.
Very good. The dragon's rules are fair but tough. Do you want to keep reading or do you want me to keep reading?
Right.
Okay. Okay, you don't have time for that. So I can read it or you can read it? Okay. Betsy is going to have me read the rest. The dragon's rules are fair but tough. Break those rules and it'll huff and puff. I slip away to watch my favorite show. It catches me and hollers,
No, no, no.
Dragon says it knows best for me, but frankly, I disagree. But have no fear.
For I do not, as this dragon loves me lot.
That's right. The bear, it keeps me warm and cozy. It doesn't hurry, it tends to mosey. We sit side by side, its fur so curly, its body overwhelmingly burly. This is one of my favorite illustrations of Betsy and Bear sitting on her bed, and the bed is like bending from his weight, and they're just all cuddled up reading. My bed, it bent beneath Bear's weight. It never met a worser fate. But have no fear, for I do not, as this bear loves me, lots and lots. The fiery dragon loves to soar, sing, and play. I dodge its tail when it swings and sways. The backyard never stood a chance, not the way this dragon can dance. The swing set toppled on its side. Dragon hollers, come on, let's ride. On its back, it heaves me higher. My dragon is an expert flyer. Do you want to read this page?
No.
Don't be frightened, for I am not. The dragon loves me lots and lots.
I'm done.
Okay. Do you want to leave? Okay. She's done. Typical 6-year-old. That's okay. We'll improvise. Pick on me, and this bear will roar louder than you've ever heard before. It's true, it happened more than once. That kid at the park was sure a dunce. He shouted, "Your headband and cape make you look goofy." I bawled so intensely my eyes got poofy. Bear swung his claws to snatch a scratch. He ran off faster than Bear could catch. But have no fear, for I do not, as this bear loves me lots and lots. This is another one of my absolute favorite illustrations. I'm going to read the page to you in a minute. This illustration in this part of the story was actually inspired by a true life event that happened in our life. Betsy was in the kitchen with me. I'm the dragon. Betsy was in the kitchen with me. We were cooking pizza for dinner, and I had just had her wash her hands, and I brought her back into the kitchen and lifted her up onto the countertop. And within 3 seconds, she sneezed all over everything we were doing. And I caught this on video because at the time I was like showing people how easy it was to make pizza for dinner, because a lot of people don't make their own pizza and it's so cheap and easy. And I caught this whole thing on video, and she sneezes, and I just give her this look like, "Are you serious? We just washed your hands so you could help make pizza. Now you have to go wash them again." And she says, "I just blessed your cheese." And that video was so hilarious. I actually put it up on Instagram and it went viral with like 18 million views. And so that is the inspiration for this of this book, because like I said, you can find inspiration anywhere at any time. You can get it on video, you can not get it on video, but you can always write it down and use it for inspiration. The bear you see, it's not lazy. It enjoys letting Dragon act crazy. I often like to test their limits. Dragon only lasts 10 or 12 minutes. Pizza flour is fun to throw. I tried to make it shower and snow. The bear swoops in just when needed to keep the dragon from getting heated. Don't be worried, for I am not. Dragon and bear love me a whole lot. The dragon and the bear you see take such wonderful care of me. Sure, they have flaws and squabble and brawl. They are still creatures after all. But in the end, we can all agree that I love them as much as they love me. The goofy, cuddly, fiery me, their dearest Betsy. So this book was really meant to talk all about caregivers and how, even though sometimes our caregivers, are struggling with their own things, or maybe they have they get angry easily, or they have big personalities, or they're super protective. Caregivers have all kinds of personalities. The whole point of this book is to show you that your caregiver is a creature too, or is a human too. They're going to have their own things that they're going through, but it doesn't matter what it is they're going through. They're always going to love you, and they're always going to come back to that cuddly, lovable person that they are, or creature that they are. And that's the whole inspiration of this book. So I want to tell you really quickly about my other book. This one is called The Traveling Teeth. The illustrations for both of my books were done by a gentleman named Dago Bout. He's absolutely incredible. It has a little comic feel to it, but they're super lively and colorful. And I'm just obsessed with his work. And I use the same, there's Anthony and Coco fighting over the teeth. I'll tell you this in a minute. But they're super lively and colorful, and there's a lot of action. I really gave him a lot of creative freedom in both of my books. I didn't want him to feel stifled in any way. I wanted him to really use his own talent. And so he did an absolutely amazing job on both of my books. And he's actually going to do my third book, which is about 75% written. I have planned to finish it this summer. So more to come on that later. But this book, The Traveling Teeth, is actually a true story about my brother, Anthony. And he falls off his bike and he loses his 2 front teeth. And he goes to the dentist, and the dentist gives him something called a flipper. And a flipper is a retainer with fake teeth on it. So Anthony needed his mouth to heal before they could put like new teeth back in. Oh, my other daughter is coming up. Do you want to come sit with me and say hi? Okay, really quick. This is Brianna. This is my other daughter. Brianna just turned 5 this week. I'm just telling them about the traveling teeth. So if you want to see, you can. Okay, but let me finish doing what I'm doing, okay? So The dentist gives him a flipper, and the flipper is meant to let Anthony's mouth heal. But the family dog, Coco, bites the flipper in half. And so Anthony actually loses a lot of the suction that the retainer would give him. And the teeth end up in all kinds of places because of this broken flipper. It ends up in the ocean. It ends up, he sneezes it out a car window. It ends up in the trash at the ice cream shop. And then the last place it ends up is in his stomach because he actually swallows his own teeth. And this is a true, I know, right? I pooped out my teeth. Isn't that your favorite part of the book? Yeah. So this is a true story. Everything that happens in the book happens in real life. And the true hero of this story is actually Anthony's best friend, David. So I'm going to show you a picture of David. There's David right there. So David is actually the true hero of this book because David is the one who, except for when Anthony swallows his teeth, he's the one that finds the teeth. And David is a real person. It's my brother's true best friend. And this all actually happened. The two of them had this adventure together. Now, it didn't all happen in one day. It happened over a course of like an entire summer. But it was such an outrageous, funny story that I had to write it down. So this is a true story. This one is a fictional story. But they're both really beautiful books. And if you're interested in them, I sell them on my website, www.authorannamccabe.com, 2 N's, 2 C's. And if you are interested, you can take a picture of the QR code. And we have this really great downloadable activity set for everybody. So all of the authors of Children's Authors Unite put together this amazing activity set. I tell people to save it for a rainy day because if you have kids and it's summertime, there's going to be rain in the afternoons or a whole day's worth of rain. So, whip this out for them, print it off your computer and whip it out for them. It's got lots of fun activities, but also great coloring. And everyone got together and put this amazing product together. So you can scan the QR code. It's on my right, but it actually might be on your left. I'm not sure where it is. And that will take you to a link to just put in your email, and it will email you the downloadable printable PDF. So I was so excited to be here today. This is the second time we've been able to do this digital book fair. I can't talk right now, sweetie. Sorry. This is life with children. We'll talk about it when I come downstairs, okay? Go find Daddy. Thank you. Nothing ever goes as planned with kids, especially when you're not at home. But anyway, I was so grateful to be here, and I want to thank Rosemary in particular, Francine in particular, and also Sue Albanese, who have been working tirelessly the last 2 days on and off, getting all of us authors up here and organizing this whole thing, and Stacy for putting the printable PDF together. So if you enjoy children's books and you have kids at home, or you think your classroom would really love it, or your local library, definitely check out Children's Authors Unite, our webpage. And you can buy all of these books on the webpage. You can also find them on Amazon. And a lot of them you can actually find on my digital bookstore called The Bookshelf. So if you go to my website, you can find the Bookshelf link there. And a lot of these amazing children's book authors are also there. So thank you for joining.
Thank you so much, Anna. That was so much fun. Man, Betsy's a great reader.
She really is. We have a wonderful school system. I mean, we live in Massachusetts. All the schools are amazing, but her school system in particular, like I remember her coming home, I want to say it was like her first or second week from first grade. And she had this like green bag with her. And I'm like, what is that, Betsy? Like, what is this green bag? I didn't send you to school with this. She goes, oh, that's my reading bag. And I said, oh, well, does everybody have a reading bag? And she said, no, just a couple of kids have a reading bag. And I said, okay, so why do you have this reading bag? And she said, oh, I get pulled out of class 3 times a day to work with a specialist just on her reading, because they do an evaluation on all the kids. I think you've heard me talk about this before, the Dibbles exam, where they do it on all the kids 4 times a year. And, she wasn't quite up to par. Again, she's 8 or 9 months behind all these other kids in first grade because she's really young. And so her school actually pulls her out 3 times a day to work extra work just on her reading skills. And, you know, I was a little annoyed at first that like I didn't know that this was happening, but I was also really grateful that the school recognized immediately that she wasn't quite up to par with some of the other kids and gave her the help she needed, whether they wanted my permission or not. I was like, this is awesome. Like, at first I was like, oh, I wish I had known. But at the same time, I'm like, I'm so glad they did that because she clearly needed the help. And she's right on par now. She was able to catch up with all the other kids. She's moving on to second grade on the same level as all the other kids. And it was just all because of like the teachers doing these exams and like all the extra reading help she gets 3 times a day. 3 times a day she gets pulled out for extra reading help. So I was just so grateful that like the teachers do that. If you ask me, the teachers are the ones who should be making like the salaries of an NFL player or an NHL player. Like you guys, you spend your whole days with our kids teaching them and getting them up to speed. They're just amazing humans. I don't know how they do it because I know I couldn't do it.
Well, and that just goes to show if your kid gets extra attention, it's not because there's something wrong with them or you're not doing your job right. Look, Anna is a children's author and her daughter helped her, inspired that book, and she still got that extra help in school. Yeah. I just got the chills on that. I think that's important for all mothers and fathers to know.
And I've been reading to Betsy since she was like 1 year old. So like it has nothing to do with, you know, me not being a capable mom and doing all of the right things. It's just, you know, she's 8 or 9 months behind like all the other kids in school. It's just the way the calendar worked out, you know? So yeah.
I know. I'm a July baby. So yes, I was one of those last kids in the class.
Exactly. I don't want to take up too much time. I don't know if someone's waiting backstage.
Well, no, Mark's not here yet. So
okay, so can I tour you? Can I tour you around my beautiful boat club really quick?
Yes. Okay. I'd love to see it.
Okay, so I'm in the adult room. This is the adult room where they have like all the board meetings and stuff like that. I'm gonna take you outside because it is so beautiful here. If I can get this door open.
Anna, where are you?
Okay, so I'm in Medford, Massachusetts. Okay, I got the door open. So we're going to step outside. Okay.
Because you said summer doesn't last long. Well, down here in Georgia and Florida, it lasts a lot longer.
You know, we only get maybe 10 weeks of summer. So here is the back part.
That's gorgeous.
Down here is like a beach where all the kids can play. They have boat slips. I'm going to turn this way. They have places for everybody to sit. They have a playground. Way over there, they have a basketball court. They have a basketball court. They have bocce here. I'm going to show you. I can turn this way. There we go. There's the bocce courts and the basketball court. And then I'm going to walk you to the front. So this boathouse actually sits on a dam between the upper and lower Mystic Lake in Medford, Massachusetts. Half of it is in Medford, half of it is in Arlington. And the back lake back here that I just showed you, that is the highest point in which you can take a boat from Boston Harbor. So you can actually reach Boston Harbor if you're on a boat. You can go all the way to Boston Harbor on this river over here, on this lake. The upper Mystic Lake, this is the upper area. There's a big front deck and a swimming area over here for all the kids, and there's fishing. So this is the dam. If you sort of look that way, you can see the dam. The upper Mystic Lake is boats only. So you can only use an unmotorized boat up here. So think like kayaks and sailboats and, what's the other thing? Oh, those paddle boards, the pedal ones where you I don't know what they're called, pedal boats. Yeah. But it is absolutely beautiful. It's our little slice of heaven. And I have been a member here since I was 3 years old. And, I told you some of what was inspired. Anthony, in the book, he loses his teeth at the beach. He gets hit by a wave and his teeth come flying out the front. And this is where it happens, at the boat club. So I was like, I just have to show people this amazing place that is our slice of heaven here in Boston.
This would make a great book. You could add Boston Harbor and the history. You could add the geography of where you are. I think that would be wonderful.
I mean, the boat club is a really special place. So, it's our little slice of heaven for the very short summer that we have. It's very sad, but I mean, summers in New England are just unmatched, right? It's like, you're in Florida, it's super humid. But it's just absolutely beautiful here. There's always a nice breeze. So we're always in the wintertime, me and my brother and my sister, because we're all members here with our kids, they're always like, when does boat club season start? We're always just begging to go back to the boat club. So you guys are waiting on Mark?
Yeah, I haven't heard from Mark. So I think what we will do is we will go on and let Jody do her thing. Yeah, it's time.
Jody's on.
Jody's on.
You want me to just jump in and do the make and take?
Yeah, well, do whatever you had planned to do. This is your time now.
Well, I need to speak, and then I got to take a moment. They're going to walk with me to the kitchen. We'll be fine. We'll be fine.
Okay.
Bye, ladies.
Bye,
Bye,
Anna.
Anna. Have fun.
Thank you. I will. I'm sorry she left. There's nothing I can do about it. Now, my other kid, did you see my other kid come in and ask if she could have French fries? I'm like, we need to talk about this later.
Well, in September, I think her attention span might grow a bit.
Oh, God, I hope so.
Go have fun in the sun, Anna.
Bye.
Bye, Anna.
You guys are going to walk with me to my craft area, which basically is my kitchen island at the point right now.
Has Whiskey woke up yet?
Oh, the dude will just follow me around, and he'll probably come in here and take a nap too. We went for a very long walk this morning, so he should be good.
Beer.
Yeah. So, can you bring up that other camera too?
Yes, ma'am. And
let's make sure it's working so everybody can see. Oh,
it's working. And now Rosemary and I are going to go backstage.
Okay, perfect. This is, let me just do something real quick. I'm going to, nope, that's not what I want. We're going to fix this. Okay. So hopefully you guys can hear me, but just real quick, before I do the make and take, this is what we're going to do. Isn't this fun? It's so cute. I want to just bring out my book Honor and just talk a little bit about not only what we're here to do today, with the summer book fair. And, I'm excited to be a part of this event because it brings together the two things I care deeply about: helping kids discover. I can hear myself on my other camera. Sorry, I had to come up and save something. Device hasn't been modified. All right, Francine, hopefully you can hear me. I don't know what's happening. Helping kids discover a love of reading and helping families teach important values. My newest addition here for Leadership for Kids is called Honor. Now, I don't have them all out here, but this is the fifth in a series of 7 books. And I mentioned it earlier that being an Army veteran, we love acronyms. And there is an acronym out there for us that spells out, acronymically, is that a word? I'll say it's a word. Leadership. And it's LDRSHIP. So not the full spelling, but it's an acronym, like I said, because the Army loves acronyms for everything we do. And each letter stands for a value. And right now we're on the letter H. So honor is what H stands for. And in the kids' book, what I did, because I'm an educator, I wanted the kids to be engaged in something that looks like what they might be seeing on a daily basis. Just a quick snapshot so you can see. It's a teacher who happens to also be a veteran, and she's in the classroom teaching her kids. And then whatever she's talking about, the different kids in the classroom are imagining how that would play out in their daily life, or how it has played out in their daily life. So this is just a really cute story that sparks conversations between parents and kids on subjects that are hard to explain. Honor is a big concept. How do we explain honor? Honor's been around for millions of years, right? Millions of years, thousands of years. And it's seen in the samurai code. It's seen in all kinds of military. It's seen in the Roman Empire. They talk about honor this, honor that. But what does that mean? What does that mean to kids? How do they see that? And that's what these books, and this one in particular about honor, shows us. And I'm just flipping through a couple of pages so you can see what we do. But I also included some fun stuff. Throughout the book, there are hidden images. You can find them built into the pages. So a little bit of fun. And then because flamingos are my favorite animal, there's always going to be a special flamingo somewhere in there, on top of the fact that I hide flamingo images throughout the book anyway, just because I love them. There's always a vocabulary section, and that vocabulary is also color-coded and highlighted, so you know, so like here. So you know that those words are in the back. And then I always include additional resources that you can go to and find other ways to explain whatever the subject is I'm talking about. And this particular one is honor. Now, just a heads up, honor for today, because it's Flag Day, and I wanted to do something special for Children's Authors Unite Summer Book Fair. It's 99 cents today. 99 cents. For 99 cents, you can get something that is a really good story. It's got activities in it, things that you can do further on. And as part of today, there's also, as part of the activity book that Anna talked about and that we mentioned before, there's also an activity. I think I put in a coloring page, but also today, if you go out to the website at children'sauthorunite.com, which is right below, you're going to find this PDF as well for the make and take that we're working on. And you can also see all my books as part of this series. And you can purchase there. You can see all the other authors there, but you'll find lots of freebies if you sign up and give us your email so we can send you the PDFs. And I promise we won't bug you, but as a parent and you tell me something's free, I'm going to sign up for it, right? So especially if you tell me you're not going to bug me every day, right? So with that said, here's what we're going to be doing today. Isn't this fun? So I want to start this off by saying this is the start. And everything that I'm doing today, I have tried to find ways to make it very, one, simple, because we don't need complicated. Because if you want to put this in front of your child to keep them busy, so you could maybe go sneak a snack in the pantry closet or whatever it is you want to do for 5 seconds of free time, that's what this is about. So here we go. We're going to start with this. And this is one of the PDFs you're going to get when you send us your email so that we can send you the rainy day activities, right? This is what we're going to start out with. Now, you're also going to need a couple of things, very simple things that you can find in your house. Now, listen, I have 2 different kind of glues. I'm a crafter. I just like choices. So use whatever you have handy. I do like a stick glue for working with the kiddos because the mess is way less. And especially if they're just learning how to glue, this is it works very well with their ambidextrousness. That's not a word, but you know what I mean. It works better for little fingers, right? Especially if they haven't got the skills to hold a bottle and squeeze it and put it in the right spot. There's also glue tape. That's also easy to use, but a little bit more expensive than the glue stick. And then just a couple of pens because we're going to do tracing. And I always love my Sharpies. I have bronze, I have white, I have silver. Today I brought out the silver one, and you'll see where we're going to use that. And a pair of scissors. You're going to need those. Now, these are adult scissors. Obviously, use your kids' size scissors. You don't want to give them something that they could poke an eye out with because, you know, that's what we're always scared of. Anyway, there's that. So that's all you're going to need today. This PDF, those few things, and here we go. Now, as a crafter, I have all kinds of paper. Look at this. All kinds of paper. If you don't have all this kind of paper, it's okay. Use what you have. You can use whatever you have handy. And that's what I love about this make and take. You can use whatever kind of paper you want. One of the things I do like about this particular one, because it's 8.5 by 11, it matches the 8.5 by 11 paper we're working on, right? So this is going to be a great paper to choose from when you see how we're going to use it. Now, I also just want to give a shout out to these guys. Listen, I'm a patriotic girl. I don't know what to tell you, but Park Lane does this great paper packet. I am not, listen, this is not sponsored. I'm just saying that they have this paper and it's even double-sided, so you can use it however you want. Anyway, we're not using it today. Well, actually, I used it on another make and take that was patriotic. But I have already, for ease of this class, I've already taken out the paper I want to use, if I don't drop it all on the floor. So here's one. We're going to use this fabulous red. And we're also going to use another page. Look, you see it's already a scrap piece of paper. As a crafter, we save every single piece of scrap paper. Look, I have a leftover one from another project. I seriously am going to use this today because I just save everything. It's a teacher thing. It's a craft thing. And then here's another piece of paper we're going to use for the white. Notice it is white and it has a blue stripe at the bottom. We're not going to be using that today. But again, I would probably take this and save it for another project because that's how I am. And then we are also going to use another piece of paper to draw our hand. Give me just a minute. I think I dropped my hand drawing. I don't know where it went. Okay, well, we're going to have to deal with that when we get there. Okay, so first thing I want you to do is get that red piece of paper, this one. And all we're going to do, as you see this one, I've already ripped it off. I literally ripped it right off this page. That's all I've done. Now, we're going to glue the back of it. And excuse me while I reach across my camera. I want to teach you guys something. If you didn't already know this, when you're doing gluing projects, to save glue being put on the table, use an old magazine. You know we get all these things mailed to our home, right? This one happens to be Georgia because I live in Georgia. Use the pages to do the gluing so you don't get glue every stinking where. Now, again, I like the glue stick because it's easy. So I say, and it keeps sticking to me. It's easy to glue. Does this have to be perfect? No, it just has to be able to stick. Listen, our kids are just going to be happy to be doing a craft. Okay, so you take it and you just stick it on one of the lines. Press down. Super easy, right? Put the magazine over here for a second. Now we're going to tear. So we have one stripe. That's going to be a white, red, white, red. So we need 3 reds. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the rest of my red paper. I'm just going to, and this does not have to be perfect. Listen, I do this a lot. I kind of do it straight, but it doesn't have to be straight, and you'll see why. And then I'm just going to take that one and I'm going to split it in half. Ooh, that one teared really weird. Okay, listen, that's going to take up too much space. So we're just going to trim it real quick. You don't have to. I'm going to because I'm showing you how this is going to look. So I'm going to be a little more. Okay, so see, I'm going to put that one here. And then this one is going to go here. And look how big that is. So we're going to trim it a little bit. Yeah, let's trim it a little bit. No big deal. There is no right or wrong way to do this, except that is really fat and we don't want our of July to be covered. So here we go. I'm going to get my magazine cover out again, and I'm going to glue the back side of this. Okay. And while I'm at it, I'm just going to glue this one for TV production, right? We're just going to do that so you guys can see what we're doing. Get out my paper. Ay, ay, ay. It tried to stick to the magazine. We didn't want that. Okay. There's another red stripe. Now, don't worry about this. If this happens, don't worry about it, because guess what? We're going to come back with some white paper, and it's going to cover that up, and nobody will know. Nobody will know. What's that thing, the meme? They're going to know. No, they're not. They're not going to know, I promise. Okay, so we now have 3 red stripes. Now we're going to work on the white stripes. So put that aside. I'm actually going to flip the page because now it's sticky and we don't want more sticky on our paper. And we need 2 white stripes. So again, I get my paper. One stripe, and this one is going to be too big, so I'm going to split that in half. Okay, we have 2 white stripes because that's all we need. So we're going to glue them up. There's one. Don't you dare. Okay, and here's 2. Now, you're not going to move this fast, or your kids aren't going to move this fast. That's fine. I'm just moving a little quicker. One, so that we can make good time for TV, and so you can get on to that snacking in the pantry. Okay, let me do it that way or this way. It's like a little puzzle. Okay, look, look, look. How cute is that? Now, do not worry about the edges right now. We can trim later. You could actually even put a frame on this if you wanted. I don't know how you display your kids' art, whatever that looks like for you. You can trim this and make it look any way you want. Now, this says Happy of July, right? We've got to make it show 4. So what we're going to do is we're going to use a copy of your child's handprint. Now, of course, my hand is bigger than your child's hand. So mine's going to cover a little bit more acreage on this paper. I realize that. But what I love about this is that not only are you going to get your child's handprint to use to make the 4, you're also going to be able to keep that for a long time, because when they grow up, they, I'm sorry, I am so confused as to where I pre-cut a handout and now it's MIA. I don't know where it went, but here's what I did. I took one of the smaller pads of paper. You see it? This happens to be an 8x8. And so you're not wasting paper. You can do this any way you want. I flipped the page so I'm not sticky. This is not what I'm working on, but I'm using this as an example to show you. Always flip the paper over. That way, when you do the tracing, as you see what I did here, it doesn't reflect on the side that you're going to glue up, right? So you can also use, since they're little hands, you could use smaller pieces of paper. You see the difference? So if they have a smaller hand, oh, I could almost fit my hand in here. So a smaller hand and less for them to cut out, right? Less for them to cut out. So with that said, and because I can't find my handprint, we're just going to cut this out and use this for an example, okay? So you've traced their hands, which they love to do, and then they're just going to cut it out. Now, this is the part that they might not be able to do really well, and that's okay. It doesn't have to be perfect, mom, dad, grandma, auntie, whoever's doing this project. You see, I am not necessarily following the lines exactly because I want to show you it doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be made by them for display in the house, because how proud are they that their handprint is going to be part of their 4th of July decoration, and mom and or whoever did this project with them, it could be a sister, it could be an auntie, it could be an uncle, I don't know, whoever's doing this project with them, it's going to be so cute, and they are going to remember that. We're not just making a decoration. We're making a memory, people. We're making a memory. Now, I know this is not blue, but for the sake of time, pretend it's blue. This is what it's supposed to look like because we're doing red, white, and blue. But we're going to use this just to show you how to do it. I am so sorry I lost my pretty blue hand. I don't know where it went or why it went, but there we go. Life happens. This is what happens on live TV. Okay. So you have the hand. Actually, it should have went like this. Yeah, I did that backwards. Anyway, with that said, you're going to glue the back side of it. Not a big deal. You're going to glue the back side of it. Look how easy this is. It doesn't have to be all over. It just has to be able to stick. Now, I don't know if you can see what I've glued and how I've glued it. Sometimes it shows up, sometimes it doesn't. I did that really quickly, right? Now, because I'm going to be taking up more acreage than most of the kiddos, I'm going to try to place this where we see everything. Now, I did not put glue on the thumb because we're going to be bending it like this to make the 4. Now, because this glue sometimes takes a minute to set, I'm actually going to use tape for this one, okay? So a little bit of tape, just a tiny, tiny bit. Now you can use whatever glue you want. We're going to put it in, hold it for just a few seconds. And happy 4th of July. Happy 4th of July. Now, what I want to say here is that you can put the year on it. So you know what year this was made. So you know what, this is 2026. So that's what you could also color in the stars if you wanted, right? You could do anything you want on this piece of paper. Decorate it however you want. Use things you have in your house already. Now, I will tell you, I found these really cute stars at the Dollar Tree, literally the Dollar Tree. And you could cut these up, take these and glue them on. You could do whatever you want, whatever your heart desires, do that. I'm not going to do that with you here today, but let's say you don't have paper. Do you have crayons? You could do the same red and white stripes. You could take a piece of paper, color it blue, cut out their handprint, glue it. You could use paint. You could use whatever you have handy. I am not saying that you need to go out and buy this fancy paper. You don't. Use what you have. As a parent, I know there was always broken crayons, pencils, things around the house to use. So anyway, you can get the PDF from Children's Author Unite when you sign up for the summer activities, and you'll get that. And then you'll be able to follow this video and have a fun make and take and be able to put this happily on your fridge. And your kid will be like, that's my handprint. What do you think?
Yay! That was awesome, Jody. Let me bring Rosemary out too. She's clapping.
Yeah.
All
and
right.
You guys are seeing me. You guys are seeing me in my fabulous kitchen. Hello.
I got to see it close and personal when I got to hug Whiskey.
You did. It's a big kitchen and it's a big island. But it is covered in crafts. And I want to throw this out too. I'm going to be doing more summer activities. If you want to go to my website, there'll be a link to get to. I'm going to be making things like paper bags, scrapbooks. I'm going to be making journals, just things that the kids can do with a little bit of direction. And that gives mom, dad, whoever, caretaker, a few minutes, but it gives them something to make and something that they can use, like create some summer memories and put it in that little scrapbook that we're going to make. It's going to turn out really cute.
Oh, Jody, I'd love to put that on the Confidence Club for Kids YouTube channel.
I would love for you to do that. Look, I want to show you. Let me just show you one example. Now, I've done this with my kids. This is why I know how this works. This is one of the scrap. Look how cool this is. You can put all kinds of ribbons on it to bind it. But look.
Oh,
these are paper bags. And you
cute.
can put little things in the little trinkets. This is one my daughter did. Isn't this adorable?
Oh,
Yes.
how cute would that be for vacation memories?
Exactly, exactly. And anyway, you go through it, and each time you have a little place. And look, she drew little ghosts inside. I don't know if you can see that.
Oh.
So, I mean, like, this is just adorable. And so, stuff like this makes memories. She just turned 30. She made this when she was a teenager. I still have it.
Wow.
I
This
love
is
it. Oh.
So you can see I've been making these kind of things for a long time. I love doing this kind of stuff. So I'll do any of it. You can put it on whatever YouTube channel you want. I don't care. It's just fun stuff for me to do.
Great.
Cool. Thank you, Soldier Mom.
Oh, my pleasure. Listen, anything to help out the moms and the dads in summer camp gaps where they don't have something to do. So
Oh, Whiskey's awake.
actually, I'm babysitting another dog too. So let me put you on mute for a moment.
Well, Rosemary, do you have any cool crafts? Well, besides your activity book.
I do. I have these little puppets that the children can make with just a little glove, and then the little eye rings. Oh, I'll get one. And
Oh, I have one somewhere.
and I let them decorate, and then I tell them to decorate them with something. But they come out really cute. So it's just a little glove or they don't even need a glove, but I have a little glove. And then I just decorate it, or they can do it with a scrunchie is usually what I do with the children.
A scrunchie.
Yeah, just see a little
Oh,
scrunchie.
how cool.
See, you just put something on the little scrunchie. You don't even need the glove. And then I have these little eyes that I give them so they can make a little puppet.
Ooh, I wonder if I can make a beak.
Oh, definitely you could. So
that is so cute, Rosemary. Oh.
If they don't have a glove, they can just use a scrunchie, and I tell them to put, and this is just like a little hair clip. So they put a little hair clip on the scrunchie, and then they have these little eyes that I give them, and they just put it on there, and they've got like a little puppet guy.
An orange mitten.
Yeah.
An orange
That
mitten.
would be cute. That would be cute.
Oh, what a great idea. Okay, everybody, coming soon. Sparkle Feathers puppets that you could do at home. Thank you, Rosemary, for that one. See, that's why I love this group. You never know what new idea we will come up with. So everybody, if you are watching, go to children'sauthorsUnite.com, fill out our form, get our little PDF with all our little activities, and be on our mailing list. So when we come up with cool stuff like this, we can let you know where to find it, how to get it, how to do it, where to see it, so you can stay connected with all the authors you have seen this weekend.
Absolutely.
Let's see, who is on next?
Did Mark ever make it?
Mark never made it. I can't get in touch with him. I hope he's okay.
Me too. That's not like him.
No, but Milo's superpower, I will get in touch with Mark and we will have a video of Milo's superpower. I'm sure it's something unforeseeable happened.
Yeah.
But we have Mark McGraw coming at 1:10. You know what? I have a video from Brenda. Let me play Brenda's video now.
Hey.
Let's see. Here's Brenda, part 1.
I'm going to share a little bit about the Principal Star, but a little bit about me. One of the things I've learned in working with children most of my life, either young children or older children, I am a retired higher education professional that I actually worked for Dallas College in the student services component. Did some teaching. I've also done some workshops that assist adult learners, etc. But writing a children's book and being able to publish it, and I have another one that is coming out, it's been exciting. So joining this group, the Children's Authors Unite group has been a wonderful experience for me. I have met like-minded writers. I have met people who have gone through some interesting steps or some interesting experiences that helped me along my journey. And all of us believe that writing children's books and writing children's stories is going to make our children better human beings. One of the other things I've learned in working with children through observation, children gravitate toward books that explain the world they live in and help them understand the world that they live in. They want to know that and be reassured that what they're feeling and their emotions are normal and that they're not alone in some of the emotions that they're experiencing at their age. They want books that promote courage. They want books that inspire them. They want books that show who they are, that look like them, that identify with who they are. They want cultural visibility. All these themes, you can find them here on the Children's Authors Unite platform. I'm going to talk a little bit about the principal's daughter, share who the main character is, read a couple of pages for you, and then give you some information as to where you can actually find the book. This is about character. The principal's daughter is about character and showing kindness. Our main character is Lauren. She's what I call fifth grade famous. She is very successful in her fifth grade. She does it all, knows it all, and she's the person you want to know when you come to her school. However, her world is shaken when someone comes to her school who is new, and it appears as if she is now getting special privileges. Now, what Lauren has to face is, how does she deal with these emotions that she's feeling? Unlike a magical kingdom that some books are about, which are great books about magical kingdoms and navigating that universe, or finding a monster under the bed or some other weird things in the closet and you have to figure out what they are and how to navigate this. The principal's daughter specifically deals with emotions that children go through every single day. Emotions like, how do I fit in? Assumptions, being compared, jealousy, hearing rumors about people, and sometimes about yourself. How do you navigate that? So it deals with some real issues and some real social, emotional experiences that they don't know how to navigate. So we get an opportunity to go with Lauren on her journey and find out how she actually does this. Because at the end of the day, as the popular phrase goes, we want to know how we get to the other side of all this. So I'm going to read a little bit and introduce you to Lauren so that you get an idea of what the book is about. And I hope you will want to meet Lauren on your own. So I'm going to read a little bit about the book, or read a little bit from the book to give you an idea about Lauren and how she comes at this interesting place of how she deals with her emotions and jealousy. The last of our summer festival is where the book starts. The last of our summer festival ends today. New kindergarten classes, one more time to play. Third and fourth graders trade camp souvenirs, their first week tradition of every coming year. Lauren loves the back to school group, except for one awful week she'd like to remove. It began last spring during the Battle of the Best, the all-school, all-city super talent contest. For Lauren, a bad memory of a special newcomer league, top winners, losers, and team MVPs. Day one was okay, but by the end of the week, an unstoppable show-off. She set a winning streak. If that wasn't enough, To make matters worse, Lauren finished next to last, a record for not being first. Hey, there's Lauren, someone shouts out loud as she gets closer towards the gathering crowd. Uh-oh, Lauren silently screams. There's a video of that week on the large main screen, repeating 3 minutes like a bad, bad dream. Lauren dashes out back, trying to forget, but nothing prepares her for what she sees next. A pint-sized girl jumps out of a blue SUV parked in a space marked Principal D. Lauren thinks to herself, oh no, it can't be. Then she sees the colorful backpack with the letters PD. The principal's daughter has arrived at Lauren's school. Before she showed up, her life was pretty smooth. Lauren thinks to herself, what is her mission? Is she here to brag about our last competition? You got this, Lauren. Chill out, be cool. Remember, Lauren wins again was an everyday rule. Lauren earned first place in everything. The smartest, the fastest, the best fifth grader who sings. First place in soccer, swimming, and track. Science fair winner, plus the best looking hats. Spelling bee finalist, chess champion too. Will everything change with a new girl at school? Lauren decides with a smile on her face to set one more record before the end of fifth grade. She plans to do this in one of 3 ways. 5 triple flips on the big trampoline. Twirl 2 batons, walking the balance beam. Skip rope on 1 leg faster than anyone you've ever seen. Imagine me, Lauren thinks to herself, in the famous World Book on our library shelf. People will talk, they will recite my full name as latest champion on the school's Wall of Fame. Oh, how she dreamed of making that list. Can the principal's daughter come close to this? Mr. Kalani from Language Arts believes every new person deserves a fresh start. His lessons are easy to understand. Look how often she raises her hand. Next thing you know, Lauren finds a new seat, keeping the principal's daughter at least 50 feet. Mr. Tassano, who teaches social studies, suggested they become history study buddies. Once again, Lauren says, I don't think so. They say trouble follows this girl wherever she goes. Lauren, Mr. Tassano snaps, is that being fair? No, sir, it's not. But we're just not the best pair. Lauren has heard she's mean. She will ruin your day if you upset her or get in her way. She's heard that at lunch when she wants your food. Without even asking, she will eat yours too. They say at track practice, to win at races, she waits for a moment to remove your shoelaces. Her friend Raspberry, who knows all the scoop, says the principal's daughter can even shoot hoops. Ask Dominique Perry from West Tampa Bay. His memory is like an instant replay. She dribbles, she passes without breaking a sweat. Her outside shots hit nothing but net. Word on the street, at her last school, the principal's daughter made up her own rules. They say, without permission, she starts new traditions. Now hear this, as of today, the following fun days begin right away. Ice cream Sundays every other Monday. Birthday parties on French Fry Thursday. Wacko Wednesdays with the kid climbing wall laser tag. Tuesdays with power paintballs. Freestyle Fridays for no reason at all. And go-kart races at City Hall. That's a little bit about the principal's daughter. I hope you will meet Lauren for yourself. Right now, the book is on Amazon and the bookshelf. It is in Spanish and it is in English. I would love to hear what you think, how Lauren handles this and what the outcome is going to look like. I'm Brenda H. Cummings. It has been my honor and pleasure to just share a little bit about the Principal's Daughter. I do hope you will continue to explore and to browse all the other authors who are on the live stream this weekend, June 13th and June 14th. And until the next time, I'll see you on the next page.
Great job, Brenda. Yeah. I really like her book, and the fact that it's in Spanish. I get so many requests to translate my book, and I think that might be coming in the future after I get a few more in the series. But right now, Jody has to leave us because she is going somewhere very special. So Jody, tell everybody about the next special event coming up.
So, I see your doggy in the background now. So,
Hater.
It's okay. Hey, listen, we are dog lovers, but so I have to bounce today because I am going to another event for Flag Day, which is why I'm very patriotic, as I've mentioned, being a veteran and being a military brat. That's the way I grew up, and it is basically we're actually talking about two things. One is Kenny Roshan Jr., third, whatever he is, kiddo, turning 13 today. His birthday is on the Flag Day, but also we're going to take a couple hours to talk about what the flag means to us and what it represents and the values and how we got to where we are with the flag with 50 stars. We're going to be talking about flag facts. I feel like I'm Sheldon from Big Bang Theory and his flag show that he had. Because listen, I do have my flag, I'm just saying. And I will be talking about the different kind of flags. Do I not? I'm Sheldon, I'm just saying. But there's just a fun bunch of facts that I didn't know even, or maybe I've forgotten, and I was reintroduced to this information. And our flag's history, along with our own history, is quite interesting on how we got to 50 stars and 13 stripes. So I know people are going to be on here, but it will be, if you can't make it there today, it will be available for restream, replay on my YouTube channel and on the smilechannel.com.
Oh,
Awesome. I'm looking for, and I made a video, since I'm going to be here, I made a video that you all could see over on the Smile channel.
Yep. Can't wait to see it. It's going to be a lot of fun. So I look forward to seeing everybody on the replay, if nothing else. And you guys have a blast. I've had so much fun in the short time I've been here today. So thank you.
Thank you, Jody.
Right, Jody.
And we are definitely going to get some of these crafts up on the Confidence Club for Kids YouTube channel. So
absolutely. I'll share away. Love it. Love it. All right. Bye, guys.
Have fun.
Well, Rosemary, it's just the two of us. Mark McGraw will be here in about 30 minutes.
Okay.
So what I'd like to talk to you about is something that just slipped my mind. I knew what it was while Jody was talking, and now I forgot.
Welcome to my world.
Oh, I remember now. There's been so many references to the bookshelf. So if you're just tuning in and you missed, Anna McCabe came on with her adorable daughter, Betsy, and a little cameo appearance by her other daughter asking for French fries. It was so cute. So if you didn't see that, check out the replay, find Anna's video. But Anna is the founder of the bookshelf. She found that for some indie authors, especially those of us who aren't very tech savvy, without a website, it's really hard to distribute our books. So Anna built the bookshelf on her website with pages for us to promote our books. and she does videos and other promotions for us. So I'm going to pop Anna's website into the chat when I find it. But the bookshelf, if you heard reference to that this weekend, several of the authors you have seen on this live stream yesterday and today are represented by Anna McCabe on the bookshelf. And Rosemary is one of them. Rosemary, would you like to tell us what your experience is with Anna and the bookshelf?
Absolutely. So Anna created this for people that don't have a website because, like Francine said, a lot of people aren't tech savvy. I have a website, but of course, you always want as much marketing as you can get. So I am on Anna's bookshelf, and the wonderful thing about it is her page is set up beautifully. Anna is a, when you talk about tech people, Anna is a tech guru. She's amazing. But I have gotten people that have bought books from the bookshelf because of Anna. So they're buying my books. It's Anna also gives us marketing. She markets the bookshelf. She markets our books, and she also gives us a monthly thing that we can market, a marketing piece that we can put onto our social media. I know that it's been great for me. I have 2 books on it. I have my children's book, Babs and Friends, and I have my Babs and Friends activity book on there. So I have 2 books that are on her bookshelf. Go and look at it. If you have a book and you don't have a website, don't worry about setting one up because Anna will do all of that for you on her website. And then you put your QR code and it goes automatically. When they click it, it will go automatically to where they can buy your book. So I think it's a wonderful, wonderful idea. And again, if you don't have a website, there's your marketing right there.
And I just looked it up. I popped the link to Anna's website and specifically the bookshelf. And I'm looking, well, you know what? I believe I could share my screen right now and share it.
Because she's done a good job with it. It's really
Here we go. You can see my 2 books and Babs activity book. You've heard a lot about that. That is Kenya Harper. She's the one who floated eggs yesterday. I don't know Cranky Cat Cares. I don't know Angela Frank, but that's another children's author. There's Natalie. She's the one who talked about the birds in New Zealand yesterday.
And
Mark Raw, he's coming on next in just about 20 minutes. And here's the principal's daughter. That's Brenda, who you just watch read her book.
It's really great. And again, it links when you go to buy the book, it links it to your, if it's on Amazon or if you have a website also, it just links. And then she has all of the things up top. And it's just, can you
Let's
click
go to the bookshelf and just see when you learn more about Babs. Isn't that nice? So if you are a children's author looking for a new way to promote your book, it is so inexpensive and so much value because in addition to just having your book on her page, she does education and training. She provides videos. She promotes for you. So it's not just putting your book up there and forgetting about it. Anna is an amazing marketer.
Yes. And it really has, I have sold books from the bookshelf. So it's wonderful for me. And I know for you, for all of the people on the bookshelf, but it's a great place to be on the bookshelf.
Yes. And it's a great place to go shop for books.
Yes. It sure is.
Well, besides our, and actually, I believe a couple of the authors on children'sauthorsunite.com uses the bookshelf link to help you purchase their books.
Yes.
So it all works together. It's just another opportunity to be seen and heard as an author. as a
Yes.
children's author. I'm
Yes.
sure there's other opportunities out there if you write adult books, but this is specifically for children's books and children's authors. I'm just wondering, is anyone out there watching and have a question that we could answer about Children's Authors Unite, about how to join us, about how to find our books, or anything else that we could tell you that'll make your summer with your children more fun, more educational? I just thought summer and educational. I'm thinking when I was a kid, the last thing I wanted in the summer was more education. But reading is the fun type of education where kids don't even know they're being educated.
Right.
Like the Anna's book about the teeth. That is just a fun story.
It is a fun story. And the
But
kids are hysterical with it.
right? And they're learning words, they're learning the beach. Do you know how many landlocked kids out there have never seen the beach?
Yeah, it's true. That's very true. I read the book to Mike because he lost a tooth last year and it took a whole year to get the tooth. And so I said, "Oh, you could have been in Anna's book." He walked around without a flipper. He just had no tooth. And he got it Thursday. So I'm so excited that now I get to look at him with a tooth. It's wonderful.
And for all those who don't,
to him, and I'm like, you could have been in Anna's book.
for those of you who don't know, Mike is Rosemary's 88-year-old husband.
Yes.
Oh, Kenya, thank you. Thank you for telling us we're doing great. Kenya, if you have the link, you want to pop in and talk to us, you're more than welcome. We're just waiting for Mark to show up.
Yeah, or anyone else from the authors, Children Authors Unite.
Yes, anybody with the link, welcome in. Come on in. Let's have a conversation. Mark, if you're watching, pop in early. Because Rosemary and I we said just about everything we had to say yesterday. Now, you know what? I guess I could go into what I'm doing.
I have a question though, Francine, because
Yes.
I don't think people know. Can you tell us when you started Children's Authors Unite and why you started Children's Authors Unite?
I could do that. I started Children's Authors Unite about 1.5 years ago. And the reason I started it is because I became a children's author by accident. I write professional development for adults. And then I kept hearing kids need these messages. So I've taken my lessons that I teach adults and I broke them down so the kids could understand. I'm not a mother. I'm not an educator. The youngest kids that I really worked with was when I was in Iraq and I was a squad leader and my boys were between the ages of 18 and 25. So I thought, now, how do I talk to parents to get them to buy my book for their kids and to trust me as an authority to teach their kids? So I decided to rally the troops and I built this team of authors who I have taught my areas of knowledge, like running a live stream like this, and Canva, how to make our graphics. And just, I believe my superpower is networking and bringing people together. And I brought together this beautiful team of children's authors where we could all learn from each other, help promote each other. Anna found us somewhere on Facebook. She joined us, and now she's promoting books for probably 1/3 of the authors in the group. Mm-hmm. And she gives us education on social media. Well, I already knew Rosemary as my Toastmaster colleague, and she joined us. And she just brings her big heart and her entertainment and her kindness to the table. And she's also, because our meetings are every Friday at 3:30 p.m. Eastern on Zoom, I knew Rosemary had the skills to monitor the Zoom room. So Rosemary is my alternate when I have to miss on a Friday. Rosemary drives the Zoom room for me. So we all bring our special talents together to provide the one mission, to provide educational and literacy programs to children and spread the word so they're seen, they're heard, and they're visible.
Mm-hmm. And you know, the other thing I like is when we did this at Christmas time, everyone took a role. Stacy got all of the things together for the website, and Anna put together that really awesome video of us passing the book to each other, which was amazing. And you did all the advertising and the graphics and everything that you do. It was just beautiful how everyone kind of just uses their strength to
Yes.
help with the group. And that's what's the beauty, I think, of this group. And I can see it's already grown. How many members? We have you have a lot of members, right?
Yes. And that event for Christmas was kind of our team building event. We just said, what if we try this? And it was beautiful. So when we started doing this one, we took our lessons that we learned last time and we built upon that. And everybody knew kind of where their place was. And then we started brainstorming new ideas. And that's where we came up with the activity book, that free download that everybody could get. We all created coloring sheets and word puzzles, word searches to give you something that you could take away from just watching us on the screen, something that your kids can touch and feel and do rather than playing a video game.
Yeah.
And we all just we came together and we established this. And I know after this event is over, we're going to get together and we want your feedback. If you are watching this, if you watched episode 1 or episode 2, and you see something that you really, really, really liked, let us know so we can do more of that. If you see something we could have done better, please let us know, because we're always, I'm going back to my old days working in the factory, continuous process improvement.
Yes.
We take feedback and we apply that feedback to make it better next time. If you're a children's author and you want to join us, the only thing we ask is that you show up, you're respectful, and you contribute. Even if your contribution is only listening and showing support. Some people just sit there and listen and listen and listen, and then all of a sudden they come out and have the courage to share their brilliant idea. So if you are listening in the audience, even if you're not a children's author, not an educator, if you're just no such thing as just a parent. If you're a parent, if you're a grandparent, and you see something that we could do to help reach your kids and share the love of books and literacy, please let us know how we could do that. I'm always looking for ideas for content for my new YouTube channel, The Confidence Club for Kids, where you're going to see a lot of what you saw this weekend here right now. I've already uploaded the floating egg. So the floating egg experience is already up on the Confidence Club for Kids YouTube channel. The dinosaur dig will be up there soon. Jody's Make and Take will be up there soon. And we are going to be adding more content from our books, from our love of science, from our crafting. So please subscribe to the Confidence Club for Kids YouTube channel, because great things are going to happen soon. And I just got the idea today from Rosemary. Orange mitten, blue hair, Sparkle Feathers is going to become a puppet.
Yay.
And who knows, maybe
Great.
you can get your Sparkle Feathers puppet kit and your kids can have a Sparkle Feathers puppet too. You just never know. This is how ideas happen, and we would love your feedback.
You know, that's another thing with the Children's Authors Unite with the group is we tell each other, you know, printers, you know, someone's using a printer, or like you had, you know, Sparkle Feathers. So you give us the information about the marketer. Helen gives us information about packaging. It's just not a regular meeting where we just talk about it's helping one another, which is so important, of kind of having a roadmap sometimes of where to go. You know, if someone's starting, where can I get my printing done if I want to do mass printing? So we have all that information for everyone. Always brings information. It's kind of like a potluck dinner. Everybody brings something different. You know, that's kind of what I can describe it as.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And now, speaking of Helen, Helen is a member of Book and Author, where the authors, it's a platform where the authors, it's like a store where you could scroll through and find an author to invite to your classroom. Helen did an amazing training on how to get funding to pay for authors to come to your classroom. If you are an educator or a parent and you want information on how to get funding, grants, and fundraisers, I am going to pop that link to that video in the chat so you could get that training from Helen and find out how you can get some financial backing to get authors into the classroom to really excite the kids and get them thinking about, sorry, I hate looking away from the camera, but I'm trying to find this on YouTube.
And if you're in the area, because all of our authors are from all over the country, but you can call them. I know a lot of us go to the schools to read our books. So if you want us to come to your school, just look at our website, go to the QR code, go to Children's Authors Unite. You'll find all of our information for each author, and you can have us come to your school and read your books. I know that we all do that. So we are all, depending on where you live, of course. I'm in Florida, in South Florida, and Francine is in Central Florida, North Florida.
Northeast Florida. And I know some people do virtual visits too.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's true.
If your school's set up for a virtual visit, this is a great opportunity to find authors to come and speak at your school or your summer program.
Yes.
Or your summer camp.
Yep.
And I just popped the link to Helen's video, and it didn't do what I thought it would do. So let me label it properly.
Helen's dig made me want to go and like Anna. I was like surprised to see that little dinosaur came out of that rock. That was really, really fun. And I love that. I'm going to make that with one of the little kids from church, Jody's little flag with the hand.
Oh, yeah. And if you want to get the PDF for Jody's Make and Take, children'sauthorsunite.com. Fill out our form and it will be sent to you with a copy of our very, very, very special free activity guide, activity book download.
And it has a lot of fun stuff in it. A lot of fun things.
You know what? Since we have time, why don't I share that? Well, that it would be on my email.
Again, while Francine's doing that, I just want to tell you that Children's Authors Unite is every Friday from 3:30 to 4:30 Eastern Standard Time. And we would love to have you. Even if you just want to come for a visit, please join us. Just email www.children'sauthorsunite.com, and we will also send you the link to join us on Friday afternoons. Even if you're thinking of writing that book, if you just want some information, come and visit us. Our door is always open.
I see Mark in the green room. Okay.
Hey.
We're going to skip the activity book because this is too good not to share. Okay, get ready.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Picklehead.
I know, Picklehead. I'm kind of a big deal pickle.
You are.
I got my jars of pickles.
I love pickles.
Oh, I do too. And some people don't like them, but that's okay.
As a matter of fact, I have a jar that I tried making pickles out of with the little pickles. I don't know how they'll come out, but
I salute all pickle lovers.
Okay, Mark. So tell us, why are you dressed like a pickle today?
Because I have a book called Nikolai Pickle, and then actually Nikolai Pickle was written by myself, and it was also written by Mr. Petschauer, is Nikolai Petschauer, who was also a 10-year-old author. And so we both collaborated on it. And in March of 2024, a little ways ago, it was actually on the top 10 bestsellers for children's fiction in Oklahoma. Some of the independent bookstores actually reported it to Tulsa World. And we did not know this. We were actually at an event with another children's book author. And I looked up Nikolai's name, and sure enough, there it was. So it was an exciting news. So I was excited about that, and he was too. So, and it was a lot of fun making it. It was just, the book about pickles and the adventures of Nikolai and what he has to go through during those events and stuff like that of pickle adventures.
So are you going to read from your pickle adventures today?
Actually, I have a couple of things that I'm going to do, so I can share.
Well, are you ready for us to go backstage and give you this?
I am.
All right, Rosemary.
Right. See you in a little bit.
See you later. Have fun.
Alrighty. Hello, my name is Mark McCraw. I'm an Air Force veteran and a children's book author of 12 books and published in 4 anthologies. And today I have a question for you. Are you a pickle lover? Well, I have with me some sweet pickles. I have with me some kosher spears. And the question is, are you a pickle lover? Do you love pickles? Do you like sour pickles? I'm going to do a taste test here and see if I actually get a sour mouth, because my kids are always saying that, oh, Dad, try this. and I'm going to see if I actually get a sour face. Mmm. 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 Mm-mm-mm. Woo! That was sour. So next, I have sweet pickles. I'm going to try a sweet pickle. Mmm. Hmm. Mm-mm-mm. Now, I'm actually a sweet pickle fan. Now, I wrote a book called Nikolai Pickli, and it's written by myself and Nikolai Petschauer. We both collaborated on it. He was at that time he was a 10-year-old, and we wrote this book about pickles. And there's a lot of adventures and a lot of fun in this book. We enjoyed it a lot. It was on Children's Best Fiction a couple of years ago in the state of Oklahoma. So I was really excited about that. And I didn't know it, and neither did Nikolai Petschauer. So I'm excited. But I can tell you, the question that I have for you is: do you like pickles at all? Do you like the sour kind of pickles, or any kind of pickles like that, or are you more of a sweet pickle fan? And the other question I have for you is: a pickle a fruit, a vegetable, or is it other? So, as you know, pickles are made out of cucumbers, and cucumbers have seeds. So if it has a seed, it could be a fruit. It's also in the vegetable aisle. But when you do everything that you do to make a pickle, and then where do you find it? You find it in a jar, right? On the condiment aisle, along with the mayonnaise and the ketchup and all that. And so do your research and see what you find out. And if you can email me at markmccraw, MarkMccraw, at markmccraw.com, I would love to hear what you think a pickle is. The first one to do that, I will actually send some pickle swag, and I'll send the book Nikolai Pickli to you. And I would look forward to your email. In the text of the message, please put what you think a pickle is. Is it a fruit, vegetable, or other? Also, if you'd like to put in that email, put in there, are you a pickle lover? And what kind of pickles do you like? I would love to hear from you. You can find this book, Nikolai Pickli. You can find it on Amazon. You can find it on Books A Million. You can also find it on Walmart.com. You just type in Nikolai, Nicoli, Nikolai Pickli, and you can find it there as well. I have other books, but that's just one of them that I wrote. You can also find my books on www.childrensauthorsunite.com. You can find some activity sheets. If you haven't already downloaded them, you can download mine as well as other authors. And you can see the complete bios of all the authors, as well as some of the activities. You can see the books that they wrote, and it's just a lot of fun. And so I've enjoyed being a part of this community. And I thank you, and I have my parting words are thank you and think pickle. So back to you, Francine, and back to you, Rosemary.
Hey, Mark, stick around for a minute. If you don't mind, let's talk a bit.
Sure.
So, you do a lot of events and a lot of book fairs. Can you tell us what are parents or kids, what excites the kids about your books?
Well, what excites them about the books is I was doing I was doing a virtual author festival for World Read Aloud Day. I do that, do different things like that. And I had one of the girls rather, in the very back, I could see on the screen, who actually, I was reading a book called It Happens about children having accidents. And this little girl pops up and she says, I just wanted to let you know I can relate to this book because I've had this happen, and I really appreciate you writing this book. So to me, that means more than any dollar amount that I could ever receive. When a child comes up to me and at an event, even the second time that they come up and say, I really enjoyed your book, that means a lot to me, because that child didn't have to come back the second time and tell me that. And so that's what it really touches my heart. Let's put it to you that way.
Yeah.
And I think being in as a children's book writer, the reason why I do this is for literacy, learning, and legacy. And that's number one. And number two, I do it to make a difference in the lives of children. And that's the reason why I write. I am an Air Force vet. I'm also involved with a lot of other veterans organizations. I also donate to military dependents, books that I donate to them. And I have a heart for being an author. I really do. It's very rewarding to me.
And speaking of kids, don't you have a new addition to the family?
I do. Yes, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I have a new grandbaby. He was 8 pounds 1 ounce, or 12 ounces. Now he's 8 pounds 1 ounce. Babies they lose weight after a while, and then they just gain it back. So, but I'm so excited. I have a grandson. This is number 10, and then I have a number 11, a granddaughter coming in September. And so
that's exciting. You're
exciting.
busy grandpa and writer and
yeah, I stay busy. My daughter-in-law says I'm the busiest retired person they've ever seen. That's just I don't sit at home a lot and watch reruns and things like that. I stay active as much as I can and being involved in the community and just enjoy doing that. So that's what's important to me.
I love your books, Mark. I love.
Oh, thank you. I try to do theme-related books. A lot of people ask me, why don't you do dinosaur and a lot of animals? And the reason why I don't do that is I have a list of all my themes. So if a school or daycare asks me, what themes are your books? I can provide them a theme sheet that has the themes that are related to to that book. And that's very helpful. And I've also used some of my books in the homeschool parents, where I've gone to a homeschool conference, held a session, actually used a book that was interactive that had a lot of different activities in there, like same and different, and sequencing and things of the nature that are taught in education, because I was a former educator, and I can tell you that it's been very helpful, because then the homeschool parents realized that, hey, if I read this book, I can do some interactive activities with this book and make the children learn more in a different way. And so it's been very helpful. And I think I'm going to actually be doing one probably next January or February. I think I'm going to be a speaker for one of the events. So, and I've done one before. So
that is so interesting. I've never heard of that before. I'd love if you'd share that information. Maybe we could put it on our website and let everyone know about it.
Yeah, it's so important that with the standards and things like that they're teaching. It's important that that I have that in there. It's also important that I have literary elements in my books. I try to make sure there's repetition or rhyming and things of that nature. Some nonsense words, things of that nature that are important. So so that we can hit all those different things.
So do you have any costumes with, sorry, Francine.
No, go ahead, Rosemary, go ahead.
Other books, and can you tell us some of your other books?
Oh, okay. So, I have props that go with it. So like, Did You Come Home for Lunch, which is a military dependent book. And I have a C-130 that I have that I show the children, a little C-130 prop that I use. And I've read that actually even to 2-year-olds. And of course, we do a lot of, 2-year-olds time frame is usually very short. So I'll do the airplane. I'm like, Daddy got on this airplane, and then he had 3 stripes. Let's count 1, 2, 3, and then and he was gone for 14 days. So then I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And then it's quick, it's just like that. Yeah, because with 2-year-olds, you have to hold their attention. So that's the youngest that I've ever done. And then I have, I did for Halloween at one of the schools locally, I dressed up like a composition notebook. and I had a giant pencil about this long that I bought. I think I bought it on Amazon or something. I don't remember, but it was like an expensive pencil. It was like $13 or $14 for it. But I attached it to my costume and all that. And I said, hey, look, I'm a composition notebook. I'm a writer. So, but I have little different props, and things like that I have. And I wrote another book called I Was Just About, which is a book about moving, and it can relate to military. Then I wrote Living on a Military Base. That's my third military one. And then my fourth one, I'm going to have hopefully next year. I've already written on it, but I need to revise it. So I'll have that book. And then I have some other books on bullying. I'm working right now with another author in another city who is a former second grade teacher, and I was a second grade teacher, and we actually are in the illustration process, and it's getting close to being done. So I'm excited. It's a bullying book, but it's actually a poem. It's about bullying, and it's a whole story in the poem, and I'm just excited. And it's the anticipation of getting closer and closer and closer to getting done. It's actually now getting ready to go close to the final stages of illustrations, and then to formatting, and all of that. So I'm excited. That's one thing you have to learn to be patient as an author. But I've got two other stories that are back to back behind that I'm also revising right now. So that's book 13, 14, and 15. So I already know what they are and the titles and all. So I'm excited about that.
I can't wait to see them.
Yeah, and it's not about the numbers either. For me, it's not about the numbers. It's about the ideas that I have in my head, and I'm more what they call a pantser. I usually write it down right away. I don't sit down and write every single day, but when I get a creative thought, I just pre-write and just keep pre-writing. Then I take the folders and I put them on my door. And I work on the next book, and I come back, and if I get some other thoughts about the book that's coming up, I'll actually text myself or send me a message on my messenger if there's some dialogue or some thoughts that I have. If I'm at somebody's house and I get a thought, I write it in my messenger, and I come back and look at it, and I add in. Matter of fact, a book called The Problem Is, I used almost a year of dialogue from my granddaughter. And I dedicated it to the book, her in the book, and I do that a lot. I dedicate a lot of my books to my children and grandchildren. So now that I've got two more grandchildren, then I'm going to have to come up with some characteristics for. I'm hoping to write books about them too. So and it's kind of neat because each child has their own 20 by 30 poster of the cover, and my children and grandchildren. Not all of them, but most of them are dedicated to my children and grandchildren. I have 3 sons and a daughter, and my daughter is youngest, and then I have 3 other boys. So, but I'm excited. It's a process, and it's just something that I work on, and I'm getting ready to the one I'm doing right now. Besides the bullying book, is one that's going to be dedicated to my dad, who passed away in 2012, and so I'm excited for that book to. It's actually gone through the critiquing at a writing conference, and so now it's just a matter of changing a little bit of it, and it'll be ready to go to the illustrator after that. So.
Wow. What was your first book that you wrote, children's book that you wrote?
The first book that I wrote was I did in 2020, and it was Did You Come Home for Lunch? It went through Archway Publishing, which is a publishing company, a subsidiary of Simon & Schuster. And that one took a little while to get through, but that was my first book that came out. And I really surprised my publisher. My publisher did not realize in the first year I'd already put out 6 books.
Wow. I love that book, by the way. I love all your books, but that one is probably, I would say, my favorite. But now,
thank you. I appreciate that.
It's going to be my favorite too, because I'm going to think of
it's just fun. It's just fun.
I like Nikolai Pikolai because it's just fun.
It is fun. Yeah. They're all really good. I wouldn't really be able to pick my favorite, but
Yeah, and that's what I loved about doing the at Tinker Air Force Base. I didn't do it this year. I did it the last couple of years, and we did a thing at the zoo, and I just put all 12 books out, and I said, okay, what do which book would you like, and that way the children got to pick which one they wanted, and I signed it for them and all that, and that's for me, that's an important celebration. It's held in April. It's the month of the military child, and so that's important to me. I'm also part of Patriot, Patriot, Patriot Rights, WRITES.com, and they only advertise military authors, and so you can actually go on there and see the military authors that write books and stuff, and they do a lot of ads and advertisements for me, which is really nice, and so. It's really good to, as a veteran, to be able to give back to children. And not only do I give back to children, I'm also, telling them what it's like to be a veteran, because I'll wear a veteran hat, or like for the, this kind of thing for the Nikolai Piccoli. But typically I'll wear a military hat. And then I have a giant Air Force statue of a man saluting. And sometimes I'll bring that in, and then that also kind of tells them, oh, he's a military guy. Here's a statue of a man in uniform, that kind of thing. So
The only problem I see with that is it's Air Force.
well, I'm married to a Navy vet, and so,
I was in the Navy and the Army, but my husband was Air Force.
yeah, I'm married to a Navy Reserve, and Air Force dependent. So, and I was in the Air Force and Air Force Reserve, and so those were the military branch. And then I have lots and lots of people in my chain, that are ancestors that have been involved with the military and stuff like that. So I can go back 5 or 6 generations or more, I think, of military service. So.
wow. Well, thank you all for your service.
There's Sue, go Air Force. Yes, we have a lot of military in our group. There's Sue and Jody and, well, RJ. He hasn't been around in a while, but RJ Chapman's our friend from Florida. Well, he's in Georgia. He's Navy Master Chief. So yeah, we support our veterans.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think it's well, not only that, well, as well as I do, giving back to the community as a veteran is so important, for just really to help with any kind of stress or anything like that. It's really good. So it's really important to do that and get out and make a difference, And
especially since 2001, since 9/11, the military's role in the world has changed. And there's a whole generation now who have gone through wars and deployments and mom or dad being away. So Jody with Soldier Mom is really bringing awareness to the situations these families go through. And I am so excited. Jody and I are going to team up, and Soldier Mom is coming to Camp Confidence. We don't have the story worked out yet, but one of the kids at Camp Confidence has a deployed parent, and Soldier Mom is going to come. And now that we heard from Whiskey, Jody's dog, snoring and barking, I think Whiskey should make an appearance in the book too. Maybe Whiskey is sad that his mom had to go on deployment.
That'd be a good one. That'd be a good one. Yeah, I think it's so important to have those stories get out. And that's the thing. I try to tell people is, they say, over the years, people come up to my events and they'll say, oh, I have this story. And I'm like, why don't you write it? And, well, I can't do that. I'm like, if you can get over that imposter syndrome, where you you don't think you can? I said, you know, with it being in self-publishing world today, it's much easier to get in. I'm not saying it's extremely easy, but it's easier than it was when I was first learning about being an author. When I was a teacher's aide, and I had authors that would come to our classes and stuff, and I'd ask them questions. And back then, it was mostly traditional publishing, and now you've got self-publishing, and now you've got hybrid publishing, which is a combination of the two. And so it makes it easier for it. And I tell them, I'm like, get your stories out there. Everybody has a story to tell.
Absolutely.
And it's important to tell. And that's what happened to me is I just had all these ideas in my head from years of my experiences of being a correctional officer, of being involved with as a teacher and, you know, a pastor. I had all these stories, worked in daycare. Matter of fact, a couple of weeks ago, I went to a daycare and read to about 40 students or 40 children. And see, I'm thinking students because I'm a former educator. So, but for, you know, children and I, you know, just, I try to give that energy and share it with them, you know, and give them that literary experience too. They need to be able to do that. And a lot of daycares have never seen an author.
That's true.
And I do go to schools sometimes and that kind of thing. And I had some books in a vending machine one time, and so things are looking up. You know, that's why I do it. It's not about the money. It's about making a difference. That's important to me.
Well, you know, you hit on something there. You said many preschoolers and nursery schools have never met an author. Well, I thought about it. The first time I met an author was 10 years ago, and I won't tell you how old I was. Well, wait, I'm kind of proud of how old I am. I was in my 50s, and I met my first author, one of my Toastmasters friends. And that was the first idea I had that maybe I could become an author too. Mm-hmm. And it was still just an idea in the back of my head for several more years. So if we expose children to authors and illustrators, that opens up a whole new field of exploration for the kids. I went to a fair a while back, a book, not a book fair, but like a vendor fair. And a little girl saw my book cover, and her mother said, "Oh yeah, she loves to draw." And I said, "Really? I'm looking for an illustrator. You can learn how to draw really well like this, and you could become an illustrator." She said, "Oh, really? You mean I could go to school and draw and make money doing that?" Yes, you can. It is a real job that we need.
Yeah, and I always tell them, like, for the illustration for the children, I always say, how many of you like to draw? And they'll raise their hand. How many of you like to be an author, want to write? Raise your hand, you know. And then I kind of make it simple for them. I say, you know, and I say, look, okay, it's very simple on how they make a book. You take the text and the pictures and you put them together. You take the text and the pictures and you put them together. You know, I try to make it without going into long details, and just make them understand that there is a process of how you go about. Now, as they get up in the upper grades, I do have some charts, not a lot of them, but I'll use, and I'll say, okay, this is pre-writing, this is writing, and this is your pre-writing, this is your revising and editing and all that. And then I'll go on to other things, you know, like the formatting and things of that nature. And so I'll get it a little bit more in depth at the higher grades, like in 5th grade. If I have that opportunity and I have time to do it, I'll just very quickly go through a couple of those poster boards and they're very small poster boards, and just say, okay, this is a process that a writer goes through to write a book, and that kind of thing. So I think it's helpful because they start to understand these are concepts they're learning in school.
Maybe that's another video I could put up on the Confidence Club for Kids.
Yeah, and the children, you know, and it's just, and they have a lot of good questions. You know, I always tell them, you know, don't ask questions about how old I am. Don't ask about my birthday, because they'll do that. Don't ask where I live. I can tell you the city I live in. But, you know, it's that kind of thing, you know, and but they have a lot of good questions, and, you know, and I feel bad that I can't get to all of them. And I tell them, I only have a certain amount of time, and I can't answer, 35 questions. I just don't have that time because the daycares are on their schedule and the school is on a schedule. So I try to get as many as I can, and then obviously if there's one that's one child that, you know, you know, constantly has to, is going to get upset and have a meltdown, then I'll say, okay, hey, what's your question? That kind of thing. And that's happened before, and so you deal with that a lot. And I try to answer, like I said, as many as I can. And they're really good questions.
I don't get those questions. My questions are, what color is your lipstick? I like your high heels.
Yeah, I get a lot of that, especially the younger and the kindergartners.
They're so fun.
What color is your lipstick, Mark?
No, not like that. No, not color my lipstick. No. I get questions like, which are not really questions, so I have to explain to them what a question is and what a statement is. But I'll get like, my mom drives a red car. Like, oh, we went to the mall the other day. Things of that.
I was helping pass out end of year certificates for a kindergarten class, and I gave them each an iron-on patch. And first, it didn't even dawn on me we would have to explain this isn't a sticker. You have to take this home to your adult so they can iron it on. And one little boy just had a million questions about how to iron it on. How do I explain to them how to iron it on? And we're like, don't worry, your adult will know how to do that.
Yeah.
They're so cute. Oh.
Yeah, and when I do events too, I try to give out some swag and that kind of thing so that kids can, a treasure box and those kind of things. And so a lot of times I'll have some fun, different things that go along with it. And that's what that's what I was telling the viewers, that if they want to get some pickle swag, I told them to email me. And whether a pickle is a fruit, vegetable, or other. And then if they put that in the email, then I will send them a copy of Nikolai Pickle with some swag. And then they can also download all of the activity sheets for all the authors as well, too. So on children'sauthorsunite.com. So what better way to get to a lot of swag and a lot of good downloads, a lot of activity sheets.
You know what? There's one picture or one coloring sheet of Princess Francie in the book.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody gets the book and says my kid really loved the book and shows Princess Francie colored in, I will send a coloring sheet of sparkle feathers to go with it.
Oh, that's awesome. That's an awesome deal right there.
Yeah.
Can't beat that. I'm jealous.
Well, you can have one too, Mark. Just sign up.
I need to sign up immediately.
There you go. You sign up, and then in a couple of days or so, you'll get sparkle feathers coloring sheet. You'll get Jody's make and take, and just whoever else wants to add stuff to the swag bag of downloads, sign up for our little activity book, and we will send an email. Well, you know what? I'm not going to promise it in a few days. When I get back from Chicago next week, we will collect all of this swag, and anyone who signs up for our activity book download will get an email full of PDF downloads and swag from all the authors.
Yeah.
That's a good deal.
Yeah.
I always love getting swag in the mail. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think I have some other coloring sheets of Camp Confidence and Eugenia from Let the Sparkle Shine.
I have some too, Francine, I'll give you. And also the little Bab story that starts the story and they can finish.
Oh, yeah, that would be cool. Okay, so that is our next project as a team, is we're going to collect together a bunch of swag to send out to anybody who goes to children'sauthorsunite.com, fill out the form, get the activity book we've already put together, and get some extra swag.
Hey, I can't I can't wait for people to start getting some cool stuff.
Yeah.
And like we said, Sue made sure to let you know we are not going to bombard you with emails. You will get your email with the swag, and we will not bother you again until it's time for our next event to let you know when it is and how you can watch or even be a part of it yourself. Maybe we could come up with an interactive element for the audience for next time.
Oh, that would be nice.
So I have a question for you, Francine and Rosemary. Are you a sour pickle lover, a sweet pickle lover, or no lover at all?
I love all pickles.
I do too.
I do too. My first husband used to make these pickles, and he would put tons of garlic in the
Ooh,
jar,
yeah.
and the salt, whatever he did, and the vinegar. But then he would put in like peppercorns.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. And some crushed red pepper. That was the other thing he put in. And he'd let them sit for like weeks.
Mm-hmm.
They were really good. And no one else ate them because they were really spicy. So they were pretty much all mine. But I love all kinds of pickles. I'm just a real pickle girl.
So the
My
second, go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead.
oh, my bubby, which is Jewish for grandmother, used to
Mhm.
make the best kosher dill pickles. And I tried it and I was so excited. They sat in the closet, fermenting, and I pulled out the first one and it was just vinegar.
Yeah, I don't know how my new ones will come out, but I tried.
Yeah, I tried.
So there's so many kinds of pickles out there too. I mean, if you go research all the different kinds of pickles, it's just amazing. I think I found one that was a Kool-Aid pickle. It was a Kool-Aid recipe with pickles. I thought
A
interesting.
Kool-Aid pickle. How interesting.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. There was different kinds of pickles that were out there. That you can find out on the internet. It's pretty neat to see all the different kinds of pickles. So the second question I have for you is: the pickle a fruit, a vegetable, or other?
That was really it. I'm saying a vegetable.
I'm saying
Okay.
a fruit,
Okay. So for it to be a fruit, it has to have seeds, right?
and it does.
And
Okay. But where do you find the jars of pickles?
In the condiments.
Hmm. So it's an interesting debate. If you go out online and look, you'll get different answers. So that's why I want them. That's why I want the viewers to email me and tell me what they think it is. And the first one that does email me to markmccraw@markmccraw.com, I will send some interesting swag that goes along with their Nikolai Piccoli book. So
That's interesting because I have 5 jars of pickles in my refrigerator. We eat a lot of pickles.
We
Mhm.
have a joke in our house. My husband went through this pickle phase. He was just eating a half a jar a day, and they were buy one get one at the store. And it's like he had a whole shopping cart full. We have pickles stashed everywhere. So we go to the store, and every time we pass an aisle, look, pickles are on sale. No, sorry, I don't think we need any.
That's me. But you know what? Pickle juice is really good if you have a bad
Yes.
cough. Really, really works. Mike thought I was trying to kill him one day because he was, he had a cough, and I'm like, "Here, take some pickle juice," and he's like, "I think you're crazy," but he did. It really did. It really did work.
Wow,
So
that's a good tip. I'm going to have to give my husband some today.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
good for
my co-author Nikolai Petschauer, he actually is more of a sour. We were at a pickle festival, and it was actually in December. It was called Picklemas, was the name of it, and he won a pickle tree, and so we're sitting at the table, and he's eating these pickles off the pickle tree. He said, "Would you like some?" And I'm like, I'll eat some, but I am not a sour pickle fan. He is a sour pickle fan. Me, I am a sweet pickle, and I'm finding it very hard to find sweet pickles anymore. I don't know
Really?
why, but it seems like sometimes they're pushed in the back of the aisle where all the pickles are, away from all the rest of them, way back in the back. So I don't know. They're just hard to find sometimes, but I'm a sweet pickle fan. I love sweet pickles.
So my question is, have you ever had a fried pickle?
Oh, yes.
I
I just
probably have. I think I have.
I-
Yeah.
Yeah, it was interesting. I think they fry everything now. Everything is fried. But the fried pickle was interesting. A lot of restaurants around here serve them, fried pickles.
Yeah, it's really weird. In all the years or since I wrote Nikolai Pickle, everything now seems like every time I turn around on Facebook, there's something about pickles, a pickle festival, or pickle this or pickle, And I actually had my wife found a lady off of TikTok, and her name was Ursula. She was actually in a movie. I'm not sure what Hollywood movie she was in, but she was in a movie. And my wife sent the book Nikolai Pickle to her, and she read it on TikTok wearing pickle earrings. And so you can find that videos, and a lot of the videos on my website, markmccraw.com. And you can see the video, the TikTok of where she actually read the book. So I thought it was kind of neat.
That is neat. I love your props, Mark. I just love
Thanks. Thanks. Yeah, that's why I got the shirt. I'm a kind of a big deal.
Big deal.
Oh, you know what? He kind of looks like a pickle.
That is, if you ever came to our Toastmasters club, that is our mascot. We all have a rubber chicken.
That's funny. Yeah, I get in trouble with my wife if I go to Walmart or places like that, and I find stuff in the toy section and gadgets. I'll sit there and I'll grab stuff like that. And
we were shopping for dog food. We were shopping for dog food. My husband said, "What do you want that for?"
Yeah, I'm that kind of person. I like the little different things. I actually found this little world that has a little boy on top of it. It's kind of an ornament that you put outside. I like that. That's really cool. And it actually has a little man that sits on, or the little boy that sits on top of it reading a book. So I use that too as on my table. And I thought it was kind of neat to find I was trying to find a little boy that reads a book, or a little girl that reads a book. And then I found a rabbit that has glasses on that's reading a book. So it was kind of those lawn ornaments or whatever that you have or you put in your garden. So I use those too. So
that's cute. I use a lot of puppets to read my book. Like when I go to the school, I have a puppet that will help me read the book.
That's good. That's good. I really like that idea. I like the idea of having interactive kind of things that are about the book. I have one that does like an egg hunt and have some eggs, different colored eggs and different things like that. So I try to find, like, I've got a prop coming up for a book. It's like, I think I'm going to use that prop for this book coming up, even though it hasn't been completed yet. So I was just kind of thinking of some new ideas.
I love it.
I think one of my favorite stories of Rosemary's is when she did Itsy Bitsy Spider with a puppet for a high school group.
Yeah, for Boys and Girls Club. They asked me to come and speak to them, and I thought, what do I teach preschoolers. What am I going to teach teenagers? And I got there, and 24 kids were sitting like, oh, we have to listen to somebody. So they introduced me as a Toastmaster and a clown. And so I got up there and I had a spider, and I did the Itsy Bitsy Spider. And then they were just like looking at me, and I said, how many of you have a goal? So it was mostly about, do you have a goal? You get all excited, and then somebody knocks you down. Do you get back up? Mm-hmm. All 24 of these kids got up and told me their goal. And it was like beautiful. One girl wanted to be a boxer. And they said, we never knew that. And she was really good. So she said, so if you knock me down, you're coming with me, but I'm getting back up. You won't. It was really interesting of how you can use something, the prop. Of course, then they did say, when you came out, we thought a clown and a puppet, like we're not 2-year-olds. And then they told us how, it was very inspiring for me because I left there crying, thinking that I really did get through to these kids.
Yeah, I went to a special needs center one time. It's a kind of in between one of the cities, a couple cities, and it was very rewarding. I was doing Nikolai Pickle with the pickle hat and a young boy in the wheelchair. I was talking to him about a pickle mobile, and because it was part of the story, and talking about pickle ice cream and some other things that this little boy was thinking about in his brain. He was in the story, and he says, "Do you have a pickle mobile?" I'm like, "No, I wish. That'd be pretty cool, And but I let him wear the pickle hat, and he was just so excited. But it was so rewarding. It was like 20 or 30, you know, different special needs students from different ages, and it was very heartwarming. It really was, you know,
It's
to be able to share the stories with them, you know.
yeah, it's really beautiful. Except that I had one boy ask me. He said, "Is this your clown makeup?" And I said, "No, it's my everyday makeup." So they do ask some funny questions, but
Yeah.
it was really interesting how yes, you can go and teach kids with even teenagers or adults. I've given
Hmm.
that as a speech to adults, and it's funny of how a little prop and a little nursery rhyme can touch people of thinking, yeah, I had that goal. Somebody told me I couldn't do it, and then my dream was shattered. But
Yeah.
so
We
Well,
have a lot of kids
like Sue,
teaching
we
English.
talk about Sue a lot.
yeah,
Hmm.
She just got a little feedback on the book she was writing and decided she was going to quit.
yep.
Hmm.
And that's it. Just the little story. And it started with me teaching the preschoolers because they were like starting to learn how to ride their bike or they would fall in the playground or off the swing. I'm never getting on the swing again. And so that gave me the idea about the itsy bitsy spider. And then I just have used it and it really works. So
You know, a couple years ago, I started writing when I signed books, Dream Big, and I had a
mm,
customer come up and they were in tears, and I was like, well, you know, she explained why she was in tears, and said that when her little kid was younger, that was what he would say, dream big.
mm,
And it just touched her heart because I had written that in the books, dream big. And it was kind of neat to see that connection that we had, and that the connection of her son had with her about those words when he was really young, to just say dream big, you know. And I really believe that. I really believe that you need to be, and I have signs in my office and little rocks that say dream big, and that's important.
yep, it definitely is. And we never know who we're going to touch with our books of going to
Hmm.
school or just bringing them to a festival or you never know who you're going to touch or to encourage to write a story because like we all said there's a story in all of us, we all have a story to tell.
Hmm.
We're my other team that I work with, we're putting together an anthology book called Believe You Can, People Who Believe They Could and Did. And well, Sue, we're going to talk to Sue again in a little while, is one of the authors. She believed that she could raise a special needs kid on her own. And well, we all met Ben yesterday. We'll talk to him again today. She did it. And we all have something we believed we could at one time, even if it was just, I believe I can learn how to ride a bicycle,
Yeah,
or I believe I could learn how to swim. Well, I never got that chance to believe because my dad just threw me in Lake Michigan. And well, luckily I learned how to swim. But that's a whole nother story. But we all believe that we could do something, and we did. And there's somebody not believing in themselves that could benefit from hearing the story of how you believed that you could do it and you did.
yeah.
Hmm.
And people will use the thing excuse to I'm too old. And I
Hmm.
remember I had a pastor one time and someone said that to him. They said, well, I can't, I'm too old. He said, are you breathing? And they said, yes. He said, you're never too old. Until you're dead, then you can't do something. But as long as you're breathing, you're alive, follow your dream.
That's right. When I was in New York City a couple of years ago for Archway Publishing's conference, they had about 200 authors, and the youngest one was 9 years old,
Mm,
and the oldest one. And what they did is everybody stood up, by age, and all that. And the oldest one was 90 years old, and he said, "This is my first book, and this is my last book."
I have a
So he
friend who
was 90 years old.
I have a friend who wrote his a very successful man, wonderful man. He wrote his first book at 90 and he wrote his second book at 93. I mean,
Wow.
you're not you're never too old. I mean, maybe, at 90 or even 60s, you can't be a brain surgeon, but, I guess you could if you really wanted to. But, if you have a dream, like to write, especially write a book, tell your story.
Well, I don't think Nikolai would have ever known that at 10 years old he was going to be an international author, and not too many 9 or 10-year-olds can say that. Can say that they have books in over 22 different countries, and the fact that they're an Oklahoma author. I mean, so and I always tell the author, I'm like, just look online and see where your books are. I've seen your books in Japan. I've seen your books in different countries and stuff like that, and and with global distribution and all over. Besides that, I said, you're not only that, you're on 22 other additional websites. And so how many 9 and 10-year-olds can say that, And there are some. I mean, in our local area, I was at a school where several of the kids, like I think 2 or 3 of them, were actually authors at 9 years old.
Well, Kenny Rashawn just turned 13 today, and he has 14 books.
Mm-hmm. See?
These children are amazing nowadays.
There's just something I have to share. I teach a writing class at the senior center for senior citizens who are writing their memoirs to leave a legacy for their children. And every single one of them, and I've taught this class 4 times, every single one of them said, I wish I started sooner.
Yeah. And that's, that's what's so important, is just to do it now, because we don't know when that sooner can come.
That's right.
Or the end can, we won't have that sooner. We need to do it now.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I love all the books you wrote, Mark. It's just amazing. And you have so many more. And I like your thing where you said you put it on your door with all your different stories.
It just makes it easier to do that, and then I have file folders for that, and then it's just a process. But I also go to writing conferences, and I get to meet some authors that I haven't met in a while. They give me feedback on things. I'm able to help them in a lot of ways, and it's really, especially with Children's Authors Unite, the community. There's a lot of different Facebook groups out there. But I can tell you with Francine and getting it started and all the other authors that are on there, it just opened up my eyes, and there's just so many great talented people out there, and that's what I love about this community, is that you have opportunities, you have a feedback, you have a lot of things that authors are always looking for, because as an author you're always looking back and saying, I've got this imposter syndrome. It's not working out. I've edited this book, 28 times, and it's not perfect. And you have perfectionism going on. And then you have all these other things, your doubt, and that kind of thing. Are they going to like the book? How am I going to handle criticism? There's just so many different things about imposter syndrome that, as you go along, that you deal with, and being able to overcome that is a challenge. And you have to look at it and say, you have a story to tell out there, and if one child picks up my book and he reads it, then I've put a cut into literacy.
Absolutely.
And that's what's important to me: literacy, learning, and legacy. You were talking about legacy earlier, and the seniors and all that. I believe in the literacy. I believe in the learning. I believe that they need to learn through the literacy, and at the same time, we are leaving a lasting legacy as authors. We have a lot to bring to the table to schools and daycares and different conferences and different centers, like I was mentioning, with special needs or whatever. So we have a lot to offer, and so we can come alongside with the teachers and help them with that.
So again, for the millionth time, I am going to say, please, if you're thinking of writing a book, if you've written a book and it hasn't gotten published and you're not sure where to go, you're kind of at a dead end or a stop, please come and visit us on Fridays from 3:30 to 4:30 Eastern Standard Time every Friday, and to meet wonderful people, Mark, the other authors you've met and will meet, and our wonderful leader, Francine, who is just gifted us with a beautiful, beautiful gift, and we would love to gift you with it to visit us and join our group.
Absolutely.
Yes. Because the more the merrier when it comes to children's books and when it comes to creative collaboration.
Yes.
We are seeing so many collaborations come up from this group. And when you combine these talents, like each one of us has come on here and talked about our own passion and our own projects. But this feeding off of each other in this interview style, asking each other questions, it's a different energy. So when you could sit at your computer for 8 hours and you will not get as much accomplished as you will in 1 hour bouncing ideas off of everybody in the group.
Absolutely. And you learn more, like Mark with the Patriot Writers. He's told, you and Jody and Sue, other veterans about that, which probably wouldn't have known if we didn't
Exactly.
have the group. So there's so much. And again, I feel like, I don't know, that's how I'm describing it, as a potluck. Everybody brings something different to the group.
Yeah, because I've had interviews that have come off of that with other authors and with memoirs and I didn't even know that several of my books were considered memoirs, and so that helped me out a lot. I'd been working over the years with pagespromotions.com a lot with an author, and several of the authors have been guests on her show, on the author's show. So it's or on this particular show. So it's opened up a lot of doors, and it'll open up a lot of doors for you personally, professionally, and you'll just learn so much. And there's some training sessions that happen, and you can pick up a lot of information from those groups on Fridays.
And for those who want to know more about Sparkle Feathers, the lady who made it all possible, Sharon Unger from Wicked Branding, is going to come one Friday and talk to us about how she helps authors with their promotional items.
Yay.
That's a good idea. I like that.
Yeah. And Anna has given us classes on Instagram. And we had a man last week or 2 weeks ago gave us on narrating a book. So there's a lot of, Mark, I hear your cat.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, my cat. It's underneath my feet.
It must be lunchtime, or did you kick him?
Yeah. Yeah, my cat's down here.
Does your cat like pickles?
I haven't given him a pickle, so he might. I mean, I was afraid to go. I was afraid to go into the other room for a minute and come back. It might be not. My pickles might be missing out of my container, out of my little bowls. So
there's a book.
Okay, I'm going to bring Sue out to join the conversation.
Oh, yay!
Hey there! Hi, Ben. Thank you for joining us.
Hi,
Ben.
Hi,
Can
Ben.
you say hi?
Hi.
Ben's a children's author too.
So I wanted him to come say hi. Can you show your book?
Oh, here's my cat.
I love your cat. I love them.
I haven't tried pickles yet.
Oh, look, Ben's showing his book.
Ben, what a nice book. You did such a great job. Good job, Ben. Yay.
He said thank you. And he's out of here.
That's all he could take. That's all he could take.
That's okay.
I'm so glad Ben made an appearance.
Yes.
I don't know if he has I am echoing myself here for some reason. I think he's got something in his eye and he's kind of got a cold, so I'm not sure what's going on, but so I was happy to have him just come sit for a couple minutes.
Oh, hope he feels better.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, in a little while, we're going to show that video again of Ben showing all the illustrations from the book. So did you get a chance to see the Sue's spot yesterday, Mark?
No, I didn't. I did not.
Are you going to stick around? Do you have time to stick around for it?
Oh,
I'm
absolutely.
echoing here. I'm hearing everybody twice.
Oh, do you have something else open? Because we're only hearing, I'm not hearing an echo this time like I did yesterday.
I fixed it.
Okay, you
I
must
had
have had
Facebook
YouTube
open
open.
because I've been watching you guys.
Got it. Okay. Okay,
See,
so
you are a techie, Sue.
No, because
Figured that out. You're a techie.
Oh.
I like it. I
I
like it.
wonder if giraffes like pickles.
Oh, let them have a bite.
What kind of
Oh
pickles is
yeah,
yours?
love pickles.
I
the
love
question is, does he like sour pickles or does he like sweet pickles?
He likes dill pickles. I put it in the comments when I was younger. My grandmother used to make us pickle sandwiches with
Yeah, I
just
saw
sliced
that.
dill pickles and butter. And occasionally I still do that now to think about grandma.
Yeah, we
That's
used to
funny.
have tomato sandwiches because my
Oh,
grandfather
yeah.
would. Yeah, there a little patch of dirt on the side of the apartment building in Chicago, and he was able to grow tomatoes there.
Yeah.
With a little mayonnaise.
Oh
Mhm.
yeah.
Bread.
On Wonder Bread, it had to be on Wonder Bread.
Oh,
Wonder
yeah,
bread.
definitely.
That was the best. Wonder bread.
That's for sure. And I still do because when my mom's here, she likes the bakery bread, which is great. But if I'm going to have a pickle sandwich, it's got to be on Wonder Bread. It just
Never
that's
had
the only way for me to have it.
I'm gonna try it. Do you put anything on it like mayonnaise or
Butter.
oh butter? You said butter. So like butter pickle.
Oh yeah.
There you go, buttered pickle. There you go.
Now
So
we're
is that
talking.
how they made butter pickles in a jar? They just
I love the
wrapped it
butter
in
pickle.
butter.
Those are really good. Oh, I think the cat likes butter pickles.
Yes,
I think
saying,
so.
give me one, give me one.
Yes.
Oh,
So
butter.
what do you think? Let's watch Sue's video now,
Yes.
and then we'll come back and talk about it. How does that sound?
Sounds good.
Sounds
Great.
good.
Okay, let me get the video going.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Let me introduce everyone. This is my son, Ben. He is my co-author and my creative muse. Our friend Mallory is going to sign for us today, and Michaela is Ben's friend and assistant. I am Sue Albanese, and our book is the first one of our 12-book series on kindness. The Kindness Pals travel all over the world looking for lessons about kindness. This series will teach cultures, geography, months, and much more. Now let's meet the Kindness Pals and find out what they think kindness is. Hi, my name is Kip. I'm known for being a ringmaster, kindness coach, or even adventure guide. My grandma taught me that kindness means being helpful, courteous, and generous. I also think we can have fun being kind. I want you to meet the rest of my pals.
Hi there. My name is Eve. I am a firefighter. I love putting out fires and keeping my pals safe. I think kindness means including everyone. I just can't imagine a world where somebody is left out. Can you?
How do you do? My name is Lou. I am a friendly musician who loves nothing more than playing my violin and spreading joy of music. It is my belief that kindness means helping others to feel safe. My big ears can come in handy when it's raining.
Oh my goodness. Hello. It's great to meet all of you. My name is Ivy. I'm a beautiful ballerina who could dance all day. This is such a great way to express ourselves, don't you think? I love being a part of this group. I believe that kindness means willing to forgive others. Let's face it, we all make mistakes. It would be so great if we were willing to forgive.
Bonjour. My name is Pax. I am our group's cheerful chef. I can whip up almost anything. It is my job to keep my pals full and their tummies happy. To me, kindness means encouraging others. We are all good at some things, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't try other things. Let's cheer each other on.
Hey, what's up? My name is Anne. I just love riding my skateboard. I never miss a day getting outside, even when it's a little cold. I think kindness means respecting others. Not all of my pals like going fast, or even the idea of getting on a skateboard. That's okay with me. They are still amazing to me.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sal. I am the artist of the group and quite handsome, wouldn't you say? I love to fill the world with colors that can make people happy. To me, kindness is pretty easy. It means sharing, whether that's a cookie from PAX or one of my masterpieces from one of our friends.
My name is Sky. I am a bookworm. I could read all day long. Besides that, I just sit back and watch people. There are some interesting people in the world. When I think about kindness, I think it's about helping someone who is hurt, like our friend Anne, who may slip and fall from time to time on her skateboard.
My name is Ned. I am an astronomer. Boy, do I love looking at the stars. Of course, it is hard to hold a telescope, so my mousemates Lucy and Toby come with me to lend me a hand. They're the best. I think being kind means being a good listener, don't you? My pals have a lot of great stories to tell. I never get tired of hearing them.
My name is Dot. It's not hard to see that I am a true hippie. I love to bring peace to everyone's chaos. I help them find their zen. It's a powerful thing. When I think of kindness, I think it means offering to help others. You can help them when they are hurt, like Sky does. Help cheer them up, like Lou and Knox do. Or all the other groovy things my pals have to offer.
What's up, dude? My name is Knox. I'm a total rock star. I love my guitar and I love playing music. Maybe a little different music than Lou, but we enjoy each other's work. I love to get people up dancing. Kindness can be so many things, but to me it's just being nice to others. We can never be too nice.
My name is Sam. I'm a photographer. I will be taking a lot of pictures of my pals during our adventure. I think kindness means standing up for somebody. I know it can be hard, but it's a great feeling too.
Well, those are our kindness pals. They are quite a group. They have so much to give on this adventure. Join us for book 1. It takes place in Colorado, where we live. Thank you, Mallory and Michaela, for their help today, and thank you to my friends who made the characters come to life. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram to watch how Ben gives us his creative vibes. He's quite amazing, and I'm so proud of him. Bye!
I love it.
Ben was so grumpy in part of that. It was just
Oh,
funny.
great. I enjoyed it.
I love that deep voice.
So that was Michaela's dad, and they live next door. So he's out there working. We said, just come in and just do this voice. And he did. He was
great. Yeah, that was a great voice.
Yeah.
It's such a shock coming in after Katie and I are doing the other voices. And then here comes Mike. He did awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I thought they were all you until I heard the man's voice, and then I'm like, "Oh, that's not Sue."
No, Mallory's mom, Katie, who's a friend of mine, I worked in her classroom. I worked with behavior kids, and she had one of her students that needed the one-on-one assistance. So I was in her classroom for one solid year and part of another year and got to know her real well. But she was the other voice that popped in, so we just took turns doing the voices. So, but interesting about this is Mike works I don't know what the company is. They do restaurant refrigeration, and it's a big company. Works in the warehouse, and he was the first time we read through it, and he goes, "This is what we need. We need kindness." He goes, "You go to work and everybody's angry at each other," and he's kind of a husky guy. You could tell by his voice. And he was just in awe. He goes, "This is what we need. This is what we need in our office. It's kindness." So, and he was just here this morning because he's going to help me in my backyard, and he was saying the same thing because they had a big show over the weekend, and he said, "Yeah, we need that kindness in our workplace." So it was pretty cool.
Wow.
So
There's
tell
not enough
me,
of that for sure.
yesterday we talked a lot about future plans you have with Ben. I know it's only been 24 hours, but has anything else popped up? I know you're going to be writing more books in the series together, and Ben's a part of that. And then you're starting a sock business.
We're starting a tie-dye sock business that we did once before, and it got a little overwhelming for Ben because of me, because I said, "Let's do t-shirts and bags and scarves and everything," and it was too much. It overwhelmed him. So, but he does love to tie dye. So we're going to start real small. And last night I had a poster of the dye company that I use. And I said, pick out 10 of them, pick out your 10 favorite colors. So he went there and he circled his 10 favorite colors so I can order the dye. And then I ordered some socks from them. So he's got a table set up downstairs just for him. So I think he's going to really enjoy that.
So when we have the back to school book fair, we're going to have special Children's Authors Unite socks by Ben.
There you go. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it'll be nice because World Down Syndrome Day is always crazy socks. That's the thing about it. So I want to make enough to give to whoever needs a pair of socks or mismatched socks, because you want to mismatch. That's so that's my goal. It's really not about selling them. It's something Ben loves to do. And he likes signing the note card saying thank you. He helps me package them and put them in the mail. And but I want to be able to give them for World Down Syndrome Day to anybody who needs socks. We'll make them. We'll make enough.
And when is that?
It's in March. So we've got time. We definitely have time. Now, October is Down Syndrome Awareness Month, which is also Ben's birthday. But World Down Syndrome Day is next year. So we have time to do that. So it'll be fun.
Yes.
Yes.
We're just going to keep it a little more low key because we tried to do fairs and stuff like that. And he just can't sit for a long period of time. And it gets overwhelming with noise. And that's one thing that I listen to you guys, and it's just amazing. The fairs and things you do, I just can't do unless I have some help with Ben to, take him for walks and things like that. So
we have this great online platform now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it really works for him. He just can't handle the noise and the people, and it's just too much for him. And summertime and the heat.
The Believe You Can anthology, we could put a QR code in there.
Yeah. Great idea. I love that.
See, collaboration.
Yes, I love it. I love it. Yeah, so we're pretty excited about that. We already started book 2. I'm waiting for book 1 to publish. I was hoping I could come on today and say, nope, we got it published, but they haven't responded yet. So, but I think I got it fixed, the error I was getting. So that's exciting. I expect that to happen today. KDPs, they've been answering about 6 or 7 at nighttime when I've gotten the error. So it's still pretty early for them to do that. And I talked to my illustrator who's in Bangladesh, and he's doing some magnificent work for book 2. But then as I'm sitting here, I was thinking, I've got another idea for a book. And I texted Anna, I said, I hope you have sunstroke because I want you to say yes and do a book with me. And she's like, no. She just laughs. She goes, don't think I have a lot going on. So I'm going to find a co-author. So but and it just popped in as I was watching you guys this morning.
Well,
an
you know,
idea.
I am always in for collaboration, so we'll talk about that.
Okay, we can. Yeah. It's going to be a little bit different. I just, when I look at what all of you did with, eh, um, sorry, my brain is just not working today.
I get it.
With kits for the kids and experiments for do with the kids, my book doesn't have that. Now, Helen, I tried to get a hold of Helen. I said, could you come in and talk about the curriculum you're building for my book? And she's with clients, so she couldn't do that. I just thought about 20 minutes ago. So, I'm right on top of things.
Next time.
Next time. But I was thinking about what if I did a book of alphabet with the kid's name of, kids we know, like Archie is a friend's son, and do something about A for alphabet and have A for Archie. It would be a lot because it's the alphabet, but I think, and it would be more activities and coloring and more for the younger group for learning the alphabet.
I love that. And Princess Francie and Sparkle Feathers can make an appearance.
I think that would be awesome. So I was thinking, I was writing down when I was watching you guys earlier, the alphabet and then kids' names that I know that we could do in there. And because I was thinking about Anna's kids, and then I was going to, on Friday, ask all of everybody on the group, do you have kids and that I could represent them? And I'll send my illustrator their picture.
We all have our inner children.
We do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
for sure.
obviously, X is going to be a little difficult. We might be a little creative with that.
Well, I mean, and look, it takes a kid to wear a pickle hat, right?
Right?
I'm a kid at heart. That's what I get.
Mark's got kids and grandkids. I'm thinking he could help fill up this list with the grandkids' names. But yeah, I thought it'd be really cool because the character would be the kid, the child's name, without showing the actual child, because I don't want to show actual pictures. I want to protect the kiddos, but so I'm kind of thinking that would be fun. Because what I find is that I'm about done writing book 2, and I can certainly move on to book 3, but Partho needs a lot more time to, do his illustrations. For me, the writing isn't that hard, and I'll change it a lot after the illustrations come. But I feel like I have downtime that I could start another project. Because why not?
Why not?
Why not?
Well, look at this. This was I'm ready to quit in December. Well, was that December or January?
December, January timeframe.
Yeah.
Well, I did it like several times with you.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I had to talk Sue down several times. But now she is officially one of us.
Well, when I think about, because Rosemary sent me a beautiful message yesterday saying you did great today. Back in December, January, I would have never come online and talked to anybody live. I just wouldn't have done it. And that's one thing that I've learned about me is how I need to work on my self-esteem. And I think I was just told for so long that I couldn't do something. And I don't, I may not have the support that I would love to have. So I just decided I wasn't good enough for any of it. So back then I would have never come online like this. And
Those
it hasn't
people lied to you.
Yeah. For sure.
Well, yeah. And it was interesting because I've wanted to write a book since I was little. I've always wanted to write a book. I dreamed of just living in a cabin and not have anybody around me. And right, but I got Ben. That's okay. And then I went to the first get together for the school I started working for, and it was all the teachers and staff. Everybody came together. They went around. They wanted to know if there's something you've always wanted to do. And I said, I've always wanted to write a book, but I'm too old. And one of the teachers, and I actually think it was Katie, said, no, you're not. And you can do it anytime. And so that was several years ago. And my hands were a little full with Maggie and Ben. So now's the time, and it's working out great. It really is.
Yeah, wonderful.
Once I retired from the military, that certainly helped. Because I felt like I was doing something even at night and at home when I was in the military. So So yeah.
Yay.
Well, Mark, having 15 books under your belt and several more on the
Don't kidding,
way.
Mom. You put me to shame.
No, not shame, not shame.
I'm
And
kidding.
that's the question I have for Mark. Can you give some words of wisdom about the fact that you're not on somebody else's time schedule? Because I heard you say that you work by inspiration alone, that you don't set a clock and say, I have to have this done by this day. Can give some words of inspiration for people who think they're behind, or, you know, that they're not smart enough because they're not doing what the neighbors are doing?
Yeah, I would say that, you know, it seems like at first when you first start, that's the hardest part. The hardest part is getting started. And so many people, as I was mentioning earlier, just won't start. You know, and if they would just start and write the story and find out how easy it is after you've done that part, and then you know, they may not know the technical things, they may not know how to edit or formatter, but there's people out there. I can tell you, there's people out there that are smarter than me when it comes to formatting. And I've done, you know, by the seat of my pants and trial and error over the last couple of years. I've been writing since 2020. I published in 2021. It took 9 months to go through a publishing company. It was still considered self-publishing. I went through another one and published several other books. And I can tell you that if you get a team of people helping you, that's what's important. You got to have a team. And
I could not agree with you more.
Yeah, and I try to stick with certain people, and it may change up a little bit, but typically, if you have a good team of good people, because there's so many scams out there. I'm seeing it on Facebook. I'm seeing it all over the place where people are losing thousands and thousands of dollars on illustrators and publishing ads coming out there saying, you know, I can publish your book for $3.99, or I can do this. You know, you can publish it on Amazon KDP. Yes, you don't have to go through a lot of stuff, but you got to remember, you still have to edit it. You still have to format it. You still have to do all that part as a self-publisher. So, you know, it takes a lot.
I struggled with all of that. And if it wasn't for Rosemary and Francine and Anna pulling me through this, I wouldn't have been able to finish it. And that's the truth. They really pulled me through because there's just so much you don't know and don't realize. And how many times I say, I just want to write. I don't want to do anything else. I just want to write.
And that's why I go to Perfect Publishing and I write, and here, you do the rest.
Yes. So Mark, do you still,
it costs some money, but you know what?
Right.
I'd rather pay that and not have to deal with it.
Yeah.
So all I have to do is write and teach.
Yeah. Mark, do you do self-publishing now, or do you use a traditional publishing?
I don't do traditional. I do self-publishing because you know, I've had friends that are authors that have done it both ways, and they actually have, you know, done better self-publishing than they did on the traditional side of the house. So I mean, you can be a traditional publisher, go through a traditional publishing company, but you have to do query letters, you know, and you know, I would suggest if anybody in the audience wants to go in that route, that they go to writing conferences and meet up with some of the agents, because a lot of times those people will send their manuscripts and they won't hear anything for, you know, 6 months to a year or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's just, you know, pushed on the back of a pile somewhere and you never hear. The guy that did Chicken Soup for a Soul, I think he got rejected 28 times.
Wow.
And so, you know, so you got to look at that realm too. Or you can do like the hybrid publishing, where you can do kind of traditional and the self-publishing together, which is another route that you can go. But there's a lot to learn. But if you go to these writing conferences, you go to these groups like Francine has on the Children's Authors Unite .com weekly on the Fridays, 3:30 Eastern Standard Time. You can get a lot of information about how to do that, and that's what's important. Is information is key. I also believe, and the last thing I was going to say is the 6 P's of a successful author, and that is purpose, passion, persistence, patience, pitfalls, and possibilities. Those are the 6 things that I would highly that I go by.
Okay, I'm going to be emailing you and ask you to repeat that so I can make a
Sure.
big poster.
Sure.
You know what?
Purpose,
I-
passion,
Just put it in the chat. Say
Yeah,
it
but
again
you
and
know
I'll type. The
purpose.
only one I remember is patience.
I think
Yes.
you should say 6 P's from the Pickle Man.
That could be. Hey, that's a good
There
one. I
you
never thought about
go.
that. 6 P's.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
6 P's from the
Mark, you just seem so chill all the time.
Okay, so
He has 10 grandchildren.
Well, I know.
What's the
Purpose,
first P? Purpose.
purpose, passion,
You're putting it in there, Francine.
I am. 3,
persistence, patience, pitfalls, and possibilities. The 6 P's, that should be 6. 6 P's of a successful author.
and please forgive the spelling. That's why I hire an editor.
Yeah, and if you go by that and understand that you're going to have pitfalls along the way,
Yeah.
and that, you know, somebody asked me, how do you define success? Success isn't all about money. If you look up the meaning of success, you can people get into writing for many different reasons. They get into writing because they want to do something just for their family only. They get into writing because it's an accomplishment. They get into writing because they want to make a difference in the lives of other people. You know, so some, you know, do it for fame. Some do it for monetary reasons. So, you know, you have to know, first of all, being passionate. If you're not passionate about it, why are you doing it? You know, and if you don't have a purpose, what is your purpose? You know, my purpose is to make a difference in the lives of children. That's number 1. And number 2 is literacy, learning, and legacy. And I live by those. If you have that, you know, that firm foundation when you first start, I think that's gonna help you be a better writer. And believe me, I've made mistakes in writing, and I've come back and I've talked to other writers and they say, or other authors, and they say, you know, you need to change this up. And so be willing to take criticism, be willing to take advice from other people.
And that's so important, because when I did and nobody was mean or anything to me, I was like, oh crap, I can't do this. I'm done. So you really do have to learn that. And if there's sometimes that's hard to take. But
It's hard to take. It's hard to swallow. I've been in a situation where, you know, I've been, you know, had a similar situation, and I had to sit back and think about it, and I was upset a little while about it. But then I went back and started realizing, well, maybe I can change this part of what that person said.
I just quit and then have Francine bring me back, and then I'm a better person.
Well, the other thing that helps is to have a mentor. I have a mentor. It's a Michigan author, and you know, and I think Diana Catherine Penn is her name, Penn, and she's my mentor, and I listen to what she has to say because she's been in the author world a long time. Mm-hmm. She does similar to what Francine does with going and teaching other people about writing, going into schools, you know, and does anthologies and does other things along that line. Plus, she's also an author in her own right, and she does my website as well, markmccraw.com. And, you know, I can tell you that taking that advice from a mentor and having a mentor is so important, whether it's a group or whether it's a person or a group of people. It makes a whole bunch of difference.
Yeah.
Because you don't feel like you're out there by yourself.
Yeah, because there's a lot to figure out.
Yeah. I got something one time and I cried all day and said, that's it. I'm taking my book off of Amazon. I'm not doing this.
Right.
And like for 8 hours, I literally was sick and cried. And then I sat down the next day and looked at what they said again. And I realized what they said was I could change some things that would make it better. Mm-hmm. So I took my book, that one off, and I reformatted my book, and it looks so much better now. So I'm grateful for that.
Yeah. I mean, it's true because you look at it so often. And so to get a fresh set of eyes in it, to look at it, but it's your baby. This is my baby here. So for someone come and say, do this and do that, it's like, oh, what? This is my baby.
But I think if you step back and look at it and say, well, let me see what they're saying before we, get all upset about it. And when I did, I was like, they are absolutely right. And I reformatted the whole book, and it just looks so much nicer now.
You're absolutely right.
Rosemary and I have a friend. He was one of the top 8 speakers in the world, Derek Lott. And he's in one of my Toastmasters clubs, and he gave me some feedback. And I always appreciate his feedback because he is a world-class coach, mentor, speaker. But then he said, remember, you are the CEO of your own speech.
Mm-hmm.
You can listen to everybody's feedback, but in the end, it's yours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't internalize feedback anymore. I always look at it as, what can I learn from this?
Yeah.
Yes. And that's the best thing. Yeah. I always try, like, I would say, okay, find good in everything. And this, I was finding nothing. I was like just crying.
Yeah.
And then the next day I did, let me see if I can find something good. And it was. So I'm grateful for them.
Yeah.
That they made me
But
look.
it's a learning curve for sure.
Yeah.
You know, and it's not all about how many books that you write. You know, there's writers out there. I mean, there's a Tammy Sayer, and is a Oklahoma author, and she's written like 29 or 30 books. You know, and I picked up a lot from her just in a training session at a writing conference for the Society of Children Book Writers and Illustrators. And some of the lessons I learned in her training sessions, I've taken and put them in my books. And so, you know, there's so much information out there that you can pick up. And I highly encourage any person to go to a writing group or writing conference. And there's a lot of them. You can check with the libraries. You can check online for writing groups, critique groups that are around. There's a lot of them locally, you know, and nationally. You can get, if you can't do that, go online and find online writing groups and critique groups.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. Boy, if you ever hear of a conference that's online, I would jump all over that.
Well, I know the Society for Children Book Writers and Illustrators does an online virtual festival. They're doing one this summer, and it does cost to go to it, just like you go into a regular conference, and they have a lot of breakout rooms and stuff like that. But you know, there's so many opportunities out there that, you know, check and find out, and then also check into local bookstores. I was doing a new bookstore, and I found out that they actually have a writing group that meets there on certain days. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I'll have to check into that. And they just started as a new independent bookstore. So, and that's the other avenue that the viewers can look into, is checking with the independent bookstores to see if there's a writing group that meets there or if they know of one.
And one thing I love, Helen's doing a curriculum for my book. So if I want to, you know, introduce it to the school system, and I know she's doing puppets. I think they're paper puppets. I really don't know. I tried to get Helen to come back on, but she's with clients. But that's going to be so cool, because as I watched today, and everybody had everything, you know, experiments and everything, I was like, I'm missing something. I gotta do something to kind of add something that the kids can put their hands on. So I'm pondering that. I'm pondering what I can do.
I love Jody's scrapbook using lunch bags.
Yeah, that was great.
Yes.
You know, Sue, you could do sock puppets. You could have Ben make sock puppets, like for the giraffe, certain colors. And then you could like have sock puppet kits for the kids, like the giraffe and some of the, you could do that.
What a wonderful idea.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
That's a great idea. I love sock puppets anyways. I think they're really awesome. That's a great idea. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a great thing. And you could use Ben's socks.
And I can have
There
Ben.
you go. See that worked. You knew it all along, Sue.
Yeah.
You knew it all along. You had the socks and everything, and Rosemary had the idea, and it turned out, hey, there you go.
But I keep looking at your hat and I'm just jealous.
Don't be jealous.
You have hat envy?
You just got to have
Look,
props.
it matches your shirt.
Yeah, well, Rosemary was wearing a pink wig yesterday, so
Yes, she looked great yesterday.
She looked great yesterday too.
Not
So
that you don't look great today.
I don't look great today. I look great
you
yesterday.
do,
look very
you do.
expressive
I'm not
today.
meaning that you don't
She
look
looked
great
great
today. Obviously, you
yesterday.
do, but when I clicked on, I was like, oh wow, she's wearing pink.
I was telling everybody this morning, I don't know if you heard, but with sparkle feathers, I have this color magic here too. So I'm gonna take sparkle feathers. Hey
Oh,
Ben,
yeah.
you see sparkle
Look at
feathers?
sparkle feathers.
Ben,
You like that?
hi
His
Ben.
whole face is turning red around his eye. I don't know what's going on.
Did
Did he
anything
get
bite him?
maybe a sty?
I'm going to have to look clear. I didn't see anything earlier, but I think I'll put him in the shower and just kind of really rinse out his eye and see
Or
if
was it from going like this too
it
much?
might be from that,
Mm,
because that would be enough to drive him crazy to keep rubbing his cheek. So
yeah.
every time I see him, it's a little more red. I was like, wait, it hasn't been that long. There's never a dull moment.
Well, that's just life.
It is.
Never a dull moment.
I'd be worried if there was dull moments.
Yeah.
I'd be like,
And
now
if your
what am I
kids
gonna
have
do?
a dull moment, get our free activity book download.
That's right. Yay. And I think I have a word search for my book in that activity book.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
And I don't know if you heard us, Sue, but before you came on, we're going to send an email out to everybody who signs up for our activity book. And we're going to, in about a week or two, we're going to send them all another email full of downloads and activities.
Nice. Okay. I caught the end of that, so I didn't get it all. So that's what it's for. That'll be way cool.
Yeah. So if you sign up for our children'sauthorsunite.com free activity book download for your kids, you will not be harassed. We will not try to sell you anything. Unless you really want to buy our books, then of course you know how to buy them. But what we will do is we will send you free downloads. We will send you information about our next live streams. And who knows, we may even start doing a monthly Meet the Author.
Yeah.
You have any other ideas, which maybe a newsletter? What would you like to see? If you sign up for our activity download, you can always unsubscribe when you don't want it anymore. But if we provide content that you and your kids enjoy, then we would love to hear from you. Let us know what you like, what we could do more of, and what we could change. Because
That's a great idea.
I love feedback.
Yes.
Did you mention the portal parties to the audience? What the portal parties are?
I could do that. The portal parties are with the Believe You Can anthology, but we open them up to anybody who wants to experience the magic of brainstorming. Similar to what we were doing here, just throwing ideas at each other, coming up with Sue's sock puppet idea. But this is geared more towards writing, whether you're writing a book, a song, ad copy. We get together and we brainstorm, we mastermind, and we go through the chapters of the book. Sue wrote half her chapter. So we will get Sue in a portal party and go through her chapter before we send it to the editor. And the reason we call it a portal party, we laugh and joke a lot because it sounds like porta potty. But really, your idea might be in the porta potty, in the toilet. Then you come to the portal party, and somewhere as you go through this 1 hour brainstorm, you come out the other end with a brilliant idea. The portal party is what saved Sue. When Sue called me and said she was going to quit, I invited her to a portal party. And Heidi, who is my partner in the Believe anthology, said that you could just see the black cloud And then slowly it lightened up and it lightened up and it lightened up. And it's like, oh,
Yeah, exactly.
How do they sign up for the portal
Yeah, I was
party?
just gonna say.
Is it through a Zoom link or something like that?
there is a link and I will put that in the chat. I need to pull it up.
Yeah, that would be awesome for
Keep
people who are,
talking. I'll pull it up. I
well,
had a
people that,
reboot before we started today.
yeah,
And it's on
people,
Tuesdays, right?
Tuesdays.
Tuesdays
No,
at,
the portal parties are anytime you want one.
oh, okay.
And if you have a time that works well for you, let me know. If it works well for me too, we will schedule the portal party. You invite your friends, we invite ours, and we just make it a party.
that's a Zoom link that
Yeah.
that you're going to a Zoom link. So
Can
way
I
they-
bring a margarita with me is the question.
Why, certainly, certainly,
Thank you.
certainly.
I said that the other day in the group and everybody was really quiet. I was like, ooh, maybe I should not have mentioned.
Well, I know the portal party has helped me when I had a story that I needed help with. So I think it's really good to go to these portal parties. Say that 10 times.
Yeah,
really.
really.
That's
Mark,
how we ended up saying porta potty.
Mark,
Mhm.
your books are not like a series per se, right?
No, they're theme related books, and I actually have a paper that has all my themes on it. So when a school or daycare asks me about it, I can send it to them. And and a lot of times, like I'm doing one on bullying right now, that's getting closer and closer to being published, but it's at the final part of the illustrations, almost at the very end of the illustrations, kind of the background details and stuff like that. But bullying is a big issue right now, so
Yeah,
I
it's
do
one of my
books about.
topics for books coming up.
Yeah, I do
a wheel
stuff
there
with
that
problem
will-
solving, bullying,
Yes,
rules, things of that nature, things that I can have some interactive discussion with the
yes.
children at the very end and reiterate, oh, you have daycare rules? Can you tell me one of your daycare rules? That kind of thing. So,
Yeah.
and it just reinforces what they have to say, really, and what their rules are and that kind of thing. So, it's been very helpful actually by doing that. I've always like to have those kind of things available for theme related kind of
Yeah.
sheet or
Can you
one
post
page
that
sheet.
theme related your list somewhere, or do you just go to your website? Or
I don't have them on there. I probably should put them on there.
I'm curious
That's a
about
good
it. Yeah.
idea. I will look into putting that on a link on my
I texted my
website.
nieces and told them to sign up for the free book activity book, but they've got, let's see, a 5 and 2 3-year-olds between them, and my sister watches them when they're not in school and stuff, and I think those kind of books would be great for them. I really do, as they grow up more.
Well, I also do things with literary elements like alliteration, like I did Babbling Betty, and Anna's Amazing Alaskan Adventure, and I've got some other ones, that's another, you're talking about series. So I kind of been working on those alliterations. I've kind of delved into poetry a little bit, which I'm not the great with poetry. There's a lot to learn with poetry, and so I'm like, okay, is this going to work? That kind of thing. So I'm kind of delving into that now with the bullying. It's actually going to be a poem that goes all the way through the story about bullying. So that I'm working with another second grade teacher on. So trying to hit those literary elements is important, I think.
Right. I apologize to everybody if you can hear Ben. He's really noisy in his room.
You're okay. You guys heard my cat earlier.
Okay.
So, and repetition, I've got a book called It Happens. I use repetition.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's okay. It happens. And so they raise their hands. It's okay. It happens. I spilt my milk. It's okay. It happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just those kind of things. It's more interactive. Then I was telling them earlier that I use a book called The Problem Is, Eli Shenanigans. Sorry. Eli Shenanigans. And I use in that book, some theme or some things like compare and contrast, sequencing, things are being taught in the school system.
Yes, definitely.
And then I have some poster boards. I got to get some more actually that they can actually come up and do like connect the dots, find the right ice cream cone to the other ice cream cone that looks the same. Looking at a picture, what's different about this picture and this picture? Like I've got a crane that has a football on the end of it instead of a round ball, and then on the other one has the round ball on the crane, and then they have to figure out, then it also has a little man in the cab, and the other one does not have the man in the cab, so they have to tell me what's same and what's different, and so it has a couple of those kind of themes in there.
You
That
just gave
is
me a wonderful idea.
phenomenal.
You gave me a
Um,
wonderful idea for a video for the Confidence Club for Kids YouTube channel. I did just an informal poll. What gaps can I fill that aren't being taught in school?
Mm-hmm.
Overwhelmingly, everybody says financial.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
So counting money, I could explain what each denomination is worth and then have on the video, okay, here's this pile and this pile. Which one is worth more?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could do that. You could do that. I mean, I think having books and resources like when I wrote Brains Over Brawn, I use stopbullying.gov resources in the back of the book, and then when I wrote Anna's Amazing Alaskan Adventure, I put a travel log in there that the kids can fill out. So I think if you have resources in your book, it
That's
makes
what
it
I
even a
want
much
for my
better
book.
book.
Yeah.
Actually,
I had a book that I got from my book. When they
Mhm.
sent me an author's copy, I thought, wow, this looks like a lot of pages. And there was my first 10 pages, then there was a guy's book in the middle, and then the rest of my book at the end. And his was about money and a credit card. I even emailed him to see if he would join our group because it's a wonderful little book about
Yeah.
money. It was really good. It was.
I'm going to tell you a really quick fast story. Actually, I have two, but one about Ben. A couple of years ago, several years ago, Ben would elope a lot. He was always trying to get out of the house. He's been doing that since he was little. He doesn't now. Now he doesn't leave. But anyway, I went in the backyard to look at something. I wasn't there that long. I came out and the front door was open and Ben was gone. And I walked around the neighborhood and then I drove around the neighborhood and then I realized that his therapist was walking him down to the gas station to work on money management. And so I drove down there and sure enough, he went into the gas station and he picked up, he got a Coke out of the machine, a bottle of milk and a candy bar, walked up to the counter, had the guy bring it up. He had no money, but he knew what to do. And then he just took it and walked out. But luckily they knew him. And so I found him in the parking lot as he was leaving. So I said, how much do I owe you? But they use that a lot with special needs kids. That's part of my home care thing is money management for him. So I think it's really important that they start learning that at a young age.
Yeah, Francine, that would be good to do in school with gold coins with the kids too. You can
Yeah.
go to schools and teach them about, if they do something, you can give them a gold coin or a, paper money for something, and they get so many. There's so many things you could do with that, but yeah, financial is so important.
It's huge.
Well,
And
my
his
friend,
friend, he was never taught. And even though he's nonverbal, that kid's smart. He knew exactly what to do. He just didn't have any money. So he just figured, he rang it up, not and go.
Yeah.
I did that once in Publix. I should write a book on that.
When I taught second grade, time and money were the two biggest ones that kids have so difficult with.
Yeah.
Was time and money.
Well, I already have 2 videos up on time. So I've worked on how to read an analog clock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I have a banker friend who's going to help me make some lesson videos.
I think that's great.
Yeah,
I do too.
So I'm excited about that.
Yeah, can you teach Mike? Yeah. He went to the store about 2 months ago. He's done this a couple of times. And he comes home with 5 items and he says, I did so great. I can't believe they say prices are high. I got a bargain. And I'm like, well, you have 3 items on the receipt and 5 items in the bag. Something's wrong here. Oh, he does self-checkout, which is not a good thing for Mike. And I'm like, you have to go back to the store. So he goes back to the store and they're like, thank you for being so honest. It's so wonderful. Now, if it was me, I'd probably be in jail, but then he does it a couple weeks ago again. And I'm like, Mike, and he goes back again and, they're going to have, instead of mine would have a, circle with a line through it. His is going to have like wonderful customer of the year. Coming back to be honest. That's it. Yeah.
Well, my other story I had is a friend years ago. She had a son with Down syndrome who was an adult, and he got a $5 check from his grandmother for his birthday. He changed it to $50, and he took a bus because he was very independent. Took a bus, went to the bank, cashed it, and then took the bus downtown and got some music at some music store because that's how long ago it was. And then went home, and his mom's like, "How did you get all this stuff?" He goes, "Well, I had $50." She's like, "Oh." What a stinker!
That's funny.
Yeah, watch him like a hawk.
That's funny. Well.
And then I had one other question. Someone on here earlier, who was it, had a little video cartoon.
Helen.
That's the other thing I want to learn. But anyway, but honestly, I do want to say, and I want to say that to everybody out there, is that this authors group is amazing. The people are amazing. And if you want to write, if you have any desire to write anything, this is the group to join. You can sit back and listen, which I did for a while. Now they can't get me to shut up, but they sit back and listen, and the knowledge that these people have in this group. And we said it yesterday, they're my family. They brought me through everything. So I encourage it to anybody. I encourage anybody to join this group and learn what it is to write something, because it's fun. It really is just a fun thing to do.
What I never realized that I would enjoy is the going out and promoting it, the playing with the kids, I dress up as Princess Fancy and I go and wag my tail. I was at a little girl's dance recital last Sunday, and a sibling was bored and whiny, and I just walked up and started waving my tail in his face, and all of a sudden there's this big old smile, and the father's like, "Thank you."
Sometimes they need that, or they need Mark's hat. I haven't decided.
Pickle. Yeah.
Never stop being a kid. That's
Isn't that the truth?
Yeah, if you're going to be a children's book writer, be like a kid. Think like a kid. And what would you want to do? I mean, I worked in education for many years. I worked with, babies, from changing diapers to working through daycare and all the way up to college students. And I can tell you that it's very rewarding working with children. And some people don't write children's books. They write novels. I've got author friends that write novels. How in the world do you write 30,000 and then turn around and write another 50,000? Then you publish books like crazy. And, that's not my world. My world is children's books. And I typically stay with kindergarten to 5th grade. I've done pre-K before. I've also done 2-year-olds actually, and where I've actually got down on the floor, but then I was like, you might have to help me get up because I'm having a hard time with my back and all that stuff. But I get down on their level. I do. I get down on their level and listen to them. That's what's important. Listening to them, what they have to say.
So when you think about children's book, what age range do you all think of when you think of children's books? Is it up to elementary school age?
I go with preschool. I like the little preschoolers.
Mm-hmm.
Mine are more middle school.
Yeah, I do the pre-K and up to 5th grade. And I do have one book that touches on 6th, 7th, and 8th, a bullying book, The Brains Over Brawn. And it does talk about 6th grade. It does talk about 7th. And it does talk about being bullied in 8th grade and then going on to 9th grade.
I was going to say, as much as I feel that a lot of these topics need to be taught at a very young age, with that middle school age really needs some
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well,
guidance.
and today's middle schoolers should have got the education during COVID, but they were
Mhm.
True.
quarantined at home. So
Good
today's
point.
middle schoolers, there's a big gap there. And that's
Yeah.
why I'm concentrating on 4th through 8th grade.
Mm,
Yeah. Yeah, that's great.
yeah. I think I like the little ones because I do a lot with the puppets, so it's easier to do it with the little ones to help them understand.
I like the little ones because we're at the same brain level.
Oh, that's pretty.
They might be a little smarter than me, but we're pretty close.
Well,
You get
remember that
almost
show, Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader?
Oh yeah, those kids
when I
are
worked in
really
the school
smart.
system, Katie taught 5th grade. And so I had a girl with big behavior issues, and they're in 5th grade and she needs help with homework. I was like, math? Are you kidding me? No way.
Well, I used to tutor college algebra back in the 90s.
Mm,
But what they teach today is nothing like what we learned.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I said yesterday I'm getting ready to start or I have started a psychology research project. And we were looking at, do you want qualitative or quantitative? And one is all statistics. And I said, I am not doing statistics. We can add somebody to the group that can do that, but I can't.
I did 6 classes of statistics, and that's when I decided to do qualitative studies.
Yeah. When I did my dissertation for my doctorate, I was like, no statistics. We'll do qualitative all the way. So
Yes.
that's hard. I commend anybody, but it's a good thing to learn. It really
But
is.
you could always hire a statistician if you
Yeah.
choose to do it that way.
Yeah, we're not.
No. And that's the beauty of children's books. They don't care about statistics.
Exactly.
exactly. Right.
Yeah. But I think it's great for them. I mean, just learning money at a young age, that helps with all the
That's
math,
a great thing to teach them.
right? I mean, even telling time, it's a great thing with math because you're adding and subtracting time. So these are the things that these kiddos need to learn at a young age.
Well, and I'll tell
But
you,
it has to be fun for them. Otherwise, it's just like,
I hated math. I was trying to make it through high school without math, but I had to take it. And then I wanted to find a college program where I didn't have to take math.
Yeah.
And then in the Navy, I fell in love with being an electrician, and I went through advanced electronics school. We had to learn math. We went through 1 + 1 = 2 to calculus in 2 weeks. And that's when it really started making sense, because it wasn't just math theory, it was applied math.
Sure.
When you apply it to something that you enjoy, it starts making sense. So when I was tutoring college algebra, I used Ohm's law, which is basic electricity. And I showed how to manipulate that equation. And all of a sudden, you could just see all of these
The light bulb
adults,
went off.
all of these adults start saying, oh, I wish I learned this in high school.
Yeah.
But isn't it like, like the alphabet? When you learn the alphabet, the children sang it. So because they were having fun with it.
Yes.
If you teach them about money, if it's fun, they want to learn it. But if you're teaching them to,
it has to be fun. It has to be tangible.
Exactly.
It can't just be looking at something that,
teachers are having to do a lot more interactive kind of things where they're learning and they don't realize they're learning because it's like you said, a song, or it's a picture or something, or it's interactive. And so you almost have to be in like theater, you know what I mean? As a teacher, just to get their attention spans, because attention spans today, like I've written some early chapter books. And so I didn't write long chapter books. And the reason why I didn't is because the attention span is a lot less today. With children, with some of the children, it doesn't last that long. So I felt like doing an early chapter book would have been good for those children that need that.
Yeah. It's hard though. My daughter and her husband both are theater majors from Colorado State University. Problem is, I don't see them because they're not near me and they don't come see me. So, but we started to get down with socks the first time. They were doing some amazing things at theater, but you're right. And what there was a speech, a college speech somewhere that if you want a good employee, hire a theater major. And it's kind of true when you think about it, how they can just create these amazing things.
Well, they have a lot of learning abilities, different learning abilities too. I mean, I'm more of a visual person, so as a children's book author, you need to have more visual kind of things. And so if I do any chapter books, and I do have one that's a little bit more than the early chapter books, I got to throw pictures in there in between there because I don't like all text. I just don't. I never have. And I mean, I'll read books with text, and I just get bored.
Me too.
You know, after a while, if I don't see a visual picture of some sort, or even a caption or diagram or something to break up the monotony, whereas some children are more text oriented.
Yeah,
they don't care, you know. But you know, it's all about children's books are all about, you know, having that you know, being able to have different learning abilities in your books too. That's important as well.
Yeah.
I was just reading the captions over there on Facebook, and you said break up the monotony, and it said break up the monopoly.
We can break out the monopoly money too.
We got to have a good laugh every once in a while. If you don't laugh, if you're not laughing and having fun, then why are you doing it, right?
That's right.
Exactly. Guess what time it is?
It's time.
It's 3:00.
You all are amazing.
Oh, I hope we see you all Friday, 3:30 to 4:30 Eastern Standard Time every Friday.
Yes,
and don't be shy.
Just ask for the link to join us.
You'll enjoy it.
You can have.
And you'll get a lot of good laughs too. You'll learn some things, but you'll get good laughs.
Yes, you
will. I honestly look forward to Fridays. I really, really do. I have it on my calendar, and if I miss it, I feel like I've lost so much, or if I got something going on, you know. And I sometimes try to join from my car, you know, when I go to a veterans appointment or whatever, because I just don't want to miss it. I'm like, no, we can't go. We can't go anywhere this weekend until after Francine's great time. You know?
I missed like 3 weeks in a row, and I was completely lost.
I'm going to be at my parents' house this Friday. So Rosemary's going to take control of Zoom, but I am going to, you know, depending on what they have planned and if I even have a signal in their house, I don't know how good T-Mobile's going to be where they live, but I am going to do my best to at least Zoom in on my phone Friday.
They're in Chicago, right?
Yes.
Where in Chicago?
Well, they're actually in Streamwood.
Okay. I was born in Park Ridge, outside of Chicago.
Okay, so you understand. Yeah. Everything's Chicago, but
it's really not, but yes.
Right, but yeah.
If you get lost in Chicago, it's easy to get lost. I've been lost in Chicago before.
When I grew up, there was a cornfield around the high school. We lived in Schaumburg, out in the suburbs. And now it's a huge city. My brother's 14 years younger than I am. So last time I was in town, we drove by and he didn't even recognize it. It had grown up since he graduated.
Wow. That's wild.
It's crazy.
That is wild.
Francine,
ladies, thank you so much for doing this weekend. Yeah,
thank you. And everybody was
I enjoy it. And I just want to tell everybody, I already have some clips I'm going to be sharing of some of the highlights that I think everybody will enjoy. Just some highlights of things that have happened this weekend. Like if you go to the Confidence Club for Kids YouTube channel for children, that floating egg experiment is already up.
I'm going to have to check it out.
We thank you for all that you do, Francine, and inviting us on and it's been an enjoyable day for sure.
It has been.
It has.
Mark, nice to see you.
Yeah, and that hat.
I love that hat.
I had to make sure I stuffed it in here to make sure the pickle part would stand up, you know.
Actually, Mark, I have something for you, so you need to email me your address.
Oh, okay, sure. I'll
All
do that.
right, everybody.
All
It
right,
was
bye.
great.
Take care.
Thank
And
you.
I will see Rosemary tonight at Find Your Funny Toastmasters.
Oh,
We'll
that's
be
right.
on. We'll be on at 6:30 p.m. Eastern time. I'll put the link in the chat if you want to come. We talked about Derek Lott, one of the top 8 speakers in the world. He is going to be doing a 15-minute keynote at the beginning of our meeting tonight.
That's at
If
6:30
you want to
Eastern.
see it, I'm sorry.
6:30 Eastern.
6:30 Eastern. I will put the link in the chat. If you want to see some seriously funny people and find out how to add more humor in your life, pop in to Find Your Funny Toastmasters. Rosemary and I will be there.
Love it.
Hey, how about that Tuesday event that you usually do? Can you mention that real quick before you leave?
Why, certainly. I'd love
Yes,
to.
that was the portal party.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
this one's a little different.
every Tuesday, 4:30 p.m. Eastern, my partner Heidi and I, and Sue's coming on soon with her finished chapter, we do our Believe You Can live stream. Just like this, right here on Facebook, on YouTube, and on LinkedIn. So if you're watching this, just come back where you are Tuesday, 4:30 p.m. and you could see our live stream. We talk about what the behind the scenes of putting together the Believe anthology. We talk about the portal parties. We introduce you to the authors in the group. My chapter was edited live on the live stream. We edited my chapter, so you could catch that in the replays. Our editor came on to dispel myths and rumors about the editing process. So if there's anything, it's just anybody in the creative world, we give hints on how to overcome imposter syndrome, all the way to we had Anna come on and tell us how to promote on Instagram better. So
I love that group. I love it. I get on there. I get a bunch of laughs from those ladies, and it just cracks me up when I'm scrolling through Facebook, and it's like, oh yeah, I got to type on this. It's funny. Oh, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. You're correct.
That's awesome.
All right, everybody.
All right.
Bye.
Right,
Thank
Love
you.
everybody.
You.
Bye.
Great job, Francine.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, I haven't ended the stream yet. That's okay.
Oh.
That's all right. Bye.
See you tonight.